Hello, everybody. What is happening? What is happening? Good day to you. I guess that makes this episode 505. Welcome in. Still on a North Flow today. Should get some great takeoffs. Hopefully you have enough battery life for late tonight for the Qantas departure. Right now it's Avianca with an A320neo taking off. So a good day to everybody. We're going to try and not get defeated by the weather because we're going to have a good weather today. Weather day today. Dub, the forgotten ex-coworker. Hey, you know, I was busy trying to dodge rain yesterday. I told you should get a secretary to help remind me. What's up, ERB? Kevin Stanhope. Roblox has his other account. Your brother's flight is on a 787 from Incheon to DFW. He's landing in like 10 minutes. So what's up? And let's get the party started with
hello again, everybody.
Harry Carey's with us today. Live begins at 40. Storm Chaser Mark, Trucker Norm, good afternoon. Kevin Stanhope. You know what's interesting about all the coyotes? Look at how, okay, let's zoom in for a second, Kevin Stanhope, on how high those weeds are. The coyotes could very easily just hide in those weeds. It's almost like a wild field of wildlife. Daniel, what's going on? Skydogs Aviation, happy Monday and much better weather today, thank goodness. So yeah, I don't know. The coyotes might be hiding in all these weeds. They are quite high. While we have a moment, this is of note, interesting. Qatar's 777-200, and this plane arrived about 90 minutes early. There must have been a hellacious tailwind behind it because they arrived 90 minutes early. Very interesting. So now I'm going to remove the pinned message here. 69 degrees, Roblox is hot? Really? That's news to me. So it's tough. Kevin asks a good question. The Spirit gates are actually on the other side of the airport in the E terminal and the E satellite. So it would be tough to see them, Kevin Stanhope, from this side. We're on the west side, which is concourses B and D, so B, Bravo and Delta. And so it's a little bit tougher to see. Grumpy, what's going on? Yabba dabba doo. So we wouldn't be able to see them, but there are, I think, are only a handful of planes, like maybe 3 or 4 left, or maybe they flew them out today. So, back to the action we go. We should have Royal Jordanian and British Airways arriving in the next hour. And then we'll have a lot of activity at 6 and 7 o'clock. Brian S. says hello. Houston, Texas, y'all. Hello, DFW. How's the humidity? I actually was getting used to it this morning. I was sweating in my house, even though it was 74 degrees, Houston, Texas. It was definitely humid. I'm like, I don't remember this from Tucson. So it's a humid one today, but a really nice day regardless. It is a temperate day. I believe it was 77 when I got out of the car. That's a great question, Grumpy. Grumpy asks, how do you arrive 90 minutes early? It's a wonderful question. Either you leave early, you get a shortcut, and you get a hellacious tailwind. Probably all of the above. Usually they arrive probably like half an hour early, so it'll be interesting to follow its flight path. I'm trying to conserve as much battery life as I can because I'm trying to stay tonight till around 11 o'clock when both the A380, Eva Air, and Cathay Pacific all depart. So I'm hopeful I have enough battery life to get there. So I'm being very conservative. So that's why we don't have live ATC. And I might switch out my soundboard. But for now, we're good. Tim Arnold has been a member for First Class Premier almost 20, not 20, almost a year, 11 months. Thank you, Tim Arnold.
I want to think about dropping him a thank you note.
Houston, Texas, 77 here today. Not too humid for mid-May. That sounds good. And there is Air France getting ready to head back to Paris. Air France usually arrives around 1:50. Lufthansa arrives around 2:15. Right around there. Finnair is about 3 o'clock. And then we got... it's just Pip Hastings Aviation, so...
Is it on Instagram or YouTube?
YouTube.
YouTube, I'm sorry.
Yep.
What'd you say again?
PIP.
VIP?
Yep. HASTINGS Aviation. Thanks, man. So Air France looks like it's headed to the east side, crossing the bridge, and we'll take off. We're still in the North Flow system. But thank you, Tim Arnold, for your support. Texas Girl, what's up? It's okay. We are great. And Texas Girl was out here yesterday. It was a shame that she wasn't able to come back today. She says she's getting ready to head to Vegas, which is awesome. But Texas Girl was nice enough to join us yesterday, and then the rains came. So cut short our visit, but it was great to see her. Sandra, what's up? I didn't even know Sandra was still alive. Thank goodness you're with us today, Sandra from South Dakota. Your brother-in-law's on final. Dan Reeves, good evening to you. Tim Arnold, $2 super chat says American 280 heavy number 3 from Seoul. Whoops.
Might want to think about dropping him a thank you note.
That's what I meant. So thank you, Tim Arnold. Says his older brother or brother-in-law is on this Seoul flight. I see it is. Number 3. Thank you, Tim. So we'll go ahead and sound our first heavy alert of the day. Ride with Ben. Great to have you aboard. So Air France is headed down. It might, you know what? It looks like it's actually, we'll see. It might actually take off on this side on 36 right. So again, North Flow, our runways in view are 36 right and 36 left. So basically the west side of the airport if you're following on flight radar. Okay, Haz's older brother is on American 280 Heavy. Very cool. That is awesome. Well, we will make sure to welcome him back home. He might be even tuning in. Sandra says she is in fact alive. That is good. Is that so? Tim Arnold says Frontier's greenest livery is next.
Well, isn't that special?
Is that why, Sandra, you've been gone for the last month? You've been making some toast? Sorry. Couldn't help myself there. All right, so it looks like Qatar is finally moving, finally has a gate. Headed down to the D terminal. D is in Delta. It's where all the international liveries go. And there is the Frontier Greenest airline livery, Tim Arnold. Brian Cassidy joining us. Hello, Brian. All right, after your brother lands, has be joining you on flight 783. Well, we got one more before American's 280 Heavy from Seoul. Another special livery, Tim Arnold says, as we see Aeromexico here. All right, Tim Arnold says we have another special livery landing right there, America West Retro.
Well, isn't that special?
And Haz, I see your brother. I see him in the distance. He's waving hi to us as we speak on American 280 Heavy. Tyson Price, good day to... I should say a good day to see you. Kevin, I should be here hopefully until about 11 o'clock tonight. We're hoping, if we have enough battery juice left. So yeah, that is the plan. There is Frontier's Greenest livery. Roblox is back. Welcome back. There is Haz's brother on the Dreamliner flight. Dreamliner flight. Hold on a second. Dude, I lost this in the storm yesterday. I couldn't find it.
Oh, and it was here.
It was here the whole
The whole
time.
time. Oh my gosh. Well, you got it back.
Yeah,
Dude, that's awesome. I saw your
I appreciate it.
stuff.
Thanks,
I'm
man.
a pilot, so I like, if I ever see you out there,
Oh, nice.
shoot you a text and be like, hey, Corbin.
I was a flight dispatcher for Envoy for like 3 years, so. Yeah. Connor, pleasure, man. Nice to meet you. All right. I found a piece. Remember Texas Girl when our keyboard went flying yesterday? Well, I found it in the grass the whole day yesterday, so it's much easier. Welcome in, everybody. So there is Haz's brother. Do you know if he was on the left or right side? Brian Cassidy, I'm doing well. I was visiting my mother for Mother's Day and thought I'd sneak in some plane spotting as well. Thanks everybody tuning in. If you have any buffering issues, just be patient and we'll do our best to stay on the air. Lynn Christie says hello, and we say hello to Lynn Christie. Yeah, Grumpy, I'm trying to stabilize that account.
So who you were pilot for? Private. Oh, for Transmedics.
Oh, really?
5 feet, 3 meters.
Okay.
Yeah. I'm in training actually right down here at CA.
Oh, nice. Right on. Well, congrats.
I used to fly next and left. Now we're flying this one. So pretty cool, man.
That's an upgrade.
Hopefully making Southwest this one.
All right. Talking with some great people here. Always you meet here at Founders Plaza. There is the American West. Parker, what's going on? Welcome. Welcome. Yes, and the prodigal keyboard has returned. All right, so I'm getting settled. It's just nice not to have rain like we did yesterday. Our arrivals are from Harlingen on Envoy, American 2609, from San Antonio on an A321, and then Envoy 3489 from Brownsville. We may stick with Norflow for the entire day. I'm kind of hopeful we'll get Southflow here in just a little bit. At least I'm crossing my fingers. Sandra says it's currently 73 in South Dakota. If you're just joining us, welcome into Pip's Plane Spotting Live. Don't forget to like and subscribe. Thank you for the support from Tim Arnold. Got the Flying Roo back there. There is the A380. American 737 Retro from Phoenix due in soon, Parker says. And while we have a moment here, the Queen is hanging out with us today, here on a Monday at UPS Miniport, as I like to call it. Houston, Texas says the rain that we had yesterday hit around 2:30 this morning. That makes sense. Get to our departure here, an A321. Your trains, huh? We'll see if we can catch one of the TexRail trains for you, Brian. Stand by. I'm going to see if we can stabilize this connection for you. It's being a little fuddy-duddy. So stand by for a second. Stick with us here. We're trying to stabilize. Stick with us. It was fun yesterday. The joys of cell phone technology. What's up, Mickey? Hang with me. What's up, Treasure Maze? Nothing is ever easy that's worth it, or nothing that's worth it is ever easy. So, all right. We're keeping it going here. We're keeping it real. We're keeping it real. There we go. We should be back golden. I know there's a little buffering there, but we should be golden now. We should be golden. Yeah, sorry about the buffering. As you know, if I could, I would stop it completely. But T-Mobile, I guess, thinks otherwise, and we'll just persevere. I've tried to slap it a little bit, but we just persevere. Gail says it's 107 in Tucson, Arizona. That sounds about right, Gail. Austin, what's going on? Welcome in. Yeah, I don't know why it's being so difficult today, but, you know. We just do what we can do. Oh, look at that. We got another retro. Hello. The Space Metal Retro. Dang.
Well, isn't that special?
Thanks for sticking with me. What's up, Ramona Aviation? That's like our third special livery of the day. And we've been on the air for approximately 22 minutes. That sounds about right. Wait, don't want to go too far. Zygote, what's up? Thank you for the heads up, Pen. Mattman says hello. Is there a spaceship docked over here? Randy, how's it going? I don't know about a spaceship, but there's an A380 docked over here. So you got to be a little more specific. If you're talking about the Vortac in the background. Hey, and by the way, I want to say thank you to Connor for being kind enough to say hello. I know I was kind of quick saying hello and jumping back on, so I apologize, Connor. But I saw you photographing. I swear I'm like the only one without a lens, a 150-600 lens. The best I have is a 100-400. So. Thank you, Ramona Aviation, for the kind words. Love this retro. Dale says hello from Lombardi, or Dale from Surprise, Arizona says hello. It's 106 degrees. So glad I get to fly back to that. Although I do miss Dale and Gail, I do miss the fact that in Tucson, when the air conditioning is 72 in the house, it's a nice dry 72. It's not like a humid 72. So. Gonna follow that retro as long as we can. It reminds you of Home Alone, that special livery, Austin says. Yeah, now all we need is an MD-80, Parker says. That and a 757, Parker, or 767-200. Those were the planes that really shined with the old American retro livery. So we are going to try and stay here till tonight around 11 when the A380 and Eva Air take off. So we'll do our best to stick around here. Just Bean says, is it normal for DFW to be this cool this time of year? I wouldn't say abnormal, but there's definitely been ebbs and flows. Like last week, I think it was around 90. And then on this week, it's, after the cold front, it has been very nice today.
1496, short final, 36 left. American 1496, your tower, 36 left, for the land with 050 at 8. For the land, 36 left, American 1496.
Good evening, Damon. Welcome into DFW. Sorry we had to cut short our broadcast yesterday due to rain and thunderstorms. But sometimes that does happen. We did our best. And want to thank Dylan and Centerline Images for allowing us to use his photos, which we posted on our community section. Appreciate that from Dylan. Uncle Plane Guy, I'll probably head back to Tucson in, tomorrow. Eric Thompson, how's it going? Wonderful to see you, Eric. Hang with us on the buffering. It doesn't go completely down. It just is like occasionally, and I'm trying to slap it into submission. But we do have that 747-8 hanging there, UPS for UPS. Yeah, the photos were excellent. So again, thank you to Dylan Phelps, Centerline Images, for allowing us to use those. Those were pretty doggone great. We do have one more show scheduled for tomorrow, by the way. A lot of people have been messaging me, even though there was a good majority of people voted yesterday on DFW. A lot of people said I need to go to the new spotters area at Love Field. So that is the plan tomorrow, folks. We're going to head to Love Field for a little lunchtime action, beginning hopefully around 11 o'clock. And I hope you can tune in. So that's 11 o'clock Central Daylight Time, 16 Zulu. 9 a.m. Pacific Coast Time. Scott Kuiper, what's up? Hello, hello. Nick says hello. There goes the CRJ 700. Just trying to keep track of everything. I'm not I'm not used to an airport this busy. Busiest airports I've been to in the last year was Phoenix. So the third busiest airport in the world. I got to keep track with the action here. Hello, Matthew Breckshot. Happy Monday to you. Houston, Texas, y'all, says the new spotters place is pretty cool. Well, we'll definitely check it out for ourselves tomorrow. So, yeah, we will be on the air at approximately 11 o'clock tomorrow. We're looking forward to it. Get a first-hand view ourselves. Parker says winds look like they might go southeasterly around 6 or 7. Thank you, Parker. Yeah, that's what I'm kind of thinking. I'm hoping it would be a little sooner than that, but we will just roll with it. Thank you for the update. Another One World airline joins the party here at DFW. Although we are losing Fiji Airways, I think Fiji will come back once fuel prices go down. But right now, they're pretty expensive for all of us. So Fiji leaves in September. So One World Airlines that currently fly to DFW are, of course, American, British Airways, Qantas, Finnair, Iberia, Fiji, Royal Jordanian, Japan, Qatar, and is that it? There might be, Alaska. Alaska flies here as a One World. And who am I missing? I don't think I'm missing anybody else. But I always usually forget one or two. We did, Chaotic Bean, we did a Salt Lake City stream last June. We will again for sure. I think it would be February 25th or something was my very first stream at Salt Lake City International Airport. Oh, you had an E6 Mercury over in Wales. Damon says that's pretty rad. That is pretty rad. We had one of those stop by Tucson a while back. They didn't stop by, they just did a touch and go, and it was pretty awesome. E175 taking off here. Leroy says, great to see you back at DFW. I used to plane spawn at DFW back in the 70s, in the days of Texas International, brand of Continental, a big Delta hub, and of course American. Well, shucks. I didn't know that, Leroy. That's pretty awesome. I bet you have some great photos. Yeah, of course, those who didn't know, DFW did used to be a big Delta and American hub until the early 2000s when Delta left. So that's pretty awesome, Leroy. Pretty awesome. Matthew, I actually flew American this time. I do have one one-way ticket left on Southwest, so I'll use it eventually. But I just got to wait for the right fare. How much do I miss living in DFW? I would say a fair bit. The thing I miss most is obviously being around family and then being at the third busiest airport in the entire world. However, Tucson Airport is a super easy airport to fly in and out of. It's perfect. And if I ever leave, I am definitely going to miss it. I definitely don't miss the toll roads of DFW. I definitely miss the barbecue. For sure. So that's a great question, Brian. Family is an important part of the equation, and being at the third busiest airport in the world is great for plane spotting. But I tell you what, there's nothing better than flying out of Tucson International Airport. I don't know why anybody would want to go to Phoenix. I get it, but it's super easy and much less expensive as far as parking. Southpaw says, hello. Is my grammar grumpy a little bit off? My apologies. All right, where it is 63 degrees colder than Tucson. So let's see. That means Southpaw it would be 44? Is it only 44 degrees in Milwaukee, Wisconsin? I'm actually staying with my parents, Brian. I came here to celebrate Mother's Day in the United States and then thought I'd sneak down. So my parents are here, so it's great to be with them. "44 degrees in Milwaukee. Damon Smith, I saw that they were starting to do test flights on the MD-11. So that's pretty rad. Pretty rad. Yeah, Southpaw, it's a little bit hot in Tucson right now. So I timed it perfectly, although, I mean, it's just the beginning of springtime and summer, so it's coming either way. So it was nice to sneak out for a few days. Mickey, I barely have time to do the broadcast, so I remember Captain Steve, but I haven't watched a whole lot of him lately. China Airlines. Hey, Michael V. Andre, what's up? Will I be returning to DFW this summer? That is a great question.
I want to think about dropping him a thank you note.
Thank you, Michael V. Andre, for the $2 super chat. At this point, Michael, I don't know. I might at some point, but I'm hoping to get clarity on some stuff here pretty soon. And when I say pretty soon, probably in the next week. And that will determine whether I get back to DFW, because I would love to. It would be great to get back. Terry says, hello. Pip, whatever you do, don't wander out the runway. It's not safe. That is very true. That is very true. The only time I'm on the runway is when we're doing inspections. So that is a good recommendation. Runway 34 right. Chris says, love seeing DFW Airport. Great to see you, Chris. There we got a China Airlines cargo 747. Ready to take off. Scott Kuiper, I believe American has about 70, 73. Let's go 74%. All right, heavy alert. We're going to Anchorage, I believe, with this one. Oh, FedEx is already back in service. Very cool. I didn't know that, Grumpy. Thank you for reporting that. Bacon smash burger. Absolutely, Matthew Chesterton. Yeah, absolutely. I could actually use a Coke with ice. That would be awesome, too. I did get Chipotle for dinner just in case, since we're going to be here late tonight. Is some good stuff right there. I've missed that. I have definitely, I'll tell you what, Brian Cassidy, I've definitely missed that. We don't get a whole lot of 747s down in Tucson way. Of course, we got our F-16, so that's a good poll question. All right, I'm going to ask you folks, what would you rather have? Let's see. That is the poll question of poll questions. There you go. That's a good poll question. Leroy says, I'm in North Carolina, but was in the Air Force late 70s, based at Shepherd Air Force Base up in Wichita Falls. Spent a lot of time in the Metroplex visiting relatives. And yes, got a bunch of photos. Right on, Leroy. I was not aware of that. A good old SPS, Shepherd. I've actually flown up to Shepherd. When I worked for Envoy, on my days off, sometimes I'd fly to the small little airports just to say I've been there and able to get pictures. Dale said, well, I went outside, backyard 115. I put the thermometer in the direct sun, 122. Yeah, I don't really miss that about Tucson. I do not miss that. There is something about Arizona's, well, first, Tucson's a little bit higher and closer to the sun than Phoenix. So I definitely do not miss that. Because when the sun is out, it is pretty rough. Like when there's no clouds, which is most of the time. If you do encounter occasional buffering, be with us, stay with us, be patient. We'll do what we can to get back on the air. Hopefully it'll right itself. It's just been difficult today for the first hour, which is frustrating, but I'm doing what I can. $72. I'm sorry, Southpaw. You've been... Southpaw, it sure seems you're always on the wrong side of the opinion poll. Danielle, what's going on? Dan Reeves says he'd rather have a MiG-29, but I guess I'll take an F-16. Am I getting allergies? Uh-oh, I've been in the desert too long. I'm getting allergies. My throat's starting to itch. What do I do when I'm buffering? Scott, you know, first I offer a prayer to the gods of cell phone, and the easiest way, like if you're buffering, the first thing is you turn down the quality as far as your kilobytes usage. Sometimes that helps. Sometimes you have to restart the router, which is annoying. So sometimes you have to do simple things like that. Southpaw says he's always on the correct side. Houston, Texas says, I remember my first trip to Tucson when I lived in San Diego, PSA. Got off the plane just after midnight and it was still 102 degrees. Yes, indeed. That is the Tucson I know and love. Yeah, Leroy, Texas International and Braniff, and I think would kind of be cool if somebody brought, like, because Braniff would fly out of both DFW and Dallas Love, maybe a tribute plane, perhaps. What's up, Robbie? But to be fair, you know, it's funny, Dallas Love Field is just basically a Southwest airport, and I wonder if an airline might file a monopoly claim on that airport. Because Alaska stopped flying there, so it's Delta, Jet Suite X, and Southwest now. So it'll be an interesting future for Love Field. I know they're going to expand, so it'll be interesting. We got all our old party peeps here. Great to see everybody. So I hope you can stay up late with us, and I hope my Wi-Fi router will stay up late for us, because We're trying to stay late for the A380 and Eva Air taking off at around 11 o'clock. And then I'm going to drive right home, get some sleep, and then hopefully be back at Love Field by 11 o'clock tomorrow for a little lunchtime farewell at Love Field. So get some sleep, get up, back at it. Austin, what's going on, dude? Really? Did Parker says Delta pulled out of Love Field? I didn't know that. Thanks for the warm welcome, Austin. It's great to be back. Thanks, everybody, liking and subscribing. Andy Lang, I sure am going to watch the World Cup next month. I sure am. Thank you, everybody. Cathay Pacific on final. Thanks, Scott Kuiper. You'd go with a chiropractor, though. Beep. Yes, it is. Number 4, Cathay Pacific. 876 and A350 1000. I think speaking to Andy Lang of Argentina, is going to be flying in. Let's see. The airline is Airlines Argentina. And it's supposed to start flying into DFW, I think, June 21st. Tyson Price says he'd want both the 747 F-16. He'd also want the A382. So number 4, Cathay Pacific, landing 3-4 left here. Airlines Argentinas. Thank you, ERB. So landing right now. Stone. Let's try that again. So landing behind Cathay Pacific, or in front of Cathay Pacific, I should say, is Volaris, an A320 special.
Well, isn't that special?
And Cathay Pacific. I'm just trying to get back into the groove here. It feels out. I'm still a little lost here after being gone for 16, 17 months. Sarah Deal is the real deal. Hi there. Someone gifted me a membership. I believe it is either Aircraft Expeditions, Sarah Deal, the real deal, out there in Boston, or Texas Girl. Congratulations. So Volaris is a special, which is next. And then we get the big boy. So we'll go ahead and sound the heavy alert. And again, a programming reminder, we will be broadcasting from Love Field tomorrow, the new spotting area, because I've never been there and everybody says I need to go there. So we're going to do a lunchtime edition, beginning at 11, I hope, if I can wake up, because we're staying up late tonight. I want to see what this Volaris looks like. If it'll let us real quick before the Cathay arrives. Well, Aircraft Expeditions gifting 10 memberships. Thank you so much, Aircraft Expeditions.
Might want to think about dropping him a thank you note.
And thank you to Aircraft Expeditions, our friend from Tucson. And subscribe to his channel. He's got some great military action. So thank you, Aircraft Expeditions, and here is Cathay Pacific. Nick, we are waiting for Royal Jordanian, which should be shortly behind it. This Cathay Pacific. So British Airways is landing on the east side. Where is Royal Jordanian? I see it there over Plano. So we'll see if it crosses over the airport and then makes a left turn. So crossing our fingers, Royal Jordanian doesn't avoid us for a second straight day. I got to give credit to the photographer standing out in the rain yesterday. Thanks again, Dylan, who allowed me to share his photos, centerline images. If you're just joining us, welcome into Pip's Plane Spotting Live, here from DFW on location. Flew in here for Mother's Day. We will be headed back to Tucson tomorrow. So we're looking forward to being back there in Tucson. Wanted to see if you can see that Volaris special livery, and then Cathay's right behind it on the high speed. So I'm crossing my fingers for Royal Jordanian. It's about 10 minutes out. I'm just looking forward, Parker, when I personally can see the retro Cathay Pacific, either on the 747 or the A350. So I'm watching it closely here, crossing our fingers. Royal Jordanian. Decides to hang with us. Window seat spotter. Did I miss all of the heavies? No, not yet. They are, you know, it's funny, the new schedule, they're kind of balanced out, window seat spotter, because you have one in the 12 o'clock hour, one in the 1 o'clock hour, Lufthansa in the 2 o'clock hour, Finnair in the 3 o'clock hour. Technically, nothing in the 4 o'clock hour, but then you have British Airways, Royal Jordanian, and Cathay Pacific all in sequence behind one another. I don't think there's any in the 6 o'clock hour. Then in the 7 o'clock hour, it's Eva Air and Turkish. 8 o'clock hour, it's Iberia. So it's a pretty balanced out system. Oh, Austin says, look to the west side. Thank you, Austin. And there it is. Yeah. All right. So I feel pretty good, pretty confident saying we're probably going to get a 3-6 left arrival for Royal Jordanian, which is what we want. So that's fantastic. And this is actually the first time I've seen Cathay Pacific in person, which is awesome. I know it's been here since last May, but pretty awesome to see it. Lufthansa there taxiing out in the Star Alliance livery. Meanwhile, we got an E-175 taking off here for American Eagle. The last time I watched the World Cup, I watched about 10 games, Andy Lang. That is good news, Parker. Thank you, thank you. We get a lot of birds here, if you didn't notice. Hyra, what's going on? Greetings from Arlington. Our next 3 arrivals are American 1883 from Jackson, Wyoming. Envoy 3917 from St. Louis, Delta 2971 from Minneapolis, and then our Royal Jordanian looks like it'll be number 5 after American 2037 from Detroit. So it's definitely humid today, but we got I would say mostly cloudy skies, 60% cloud cover. And so it's not too bad. And right now with the winds, I'm wondering, Parker, if they switch it up here in the next hour. Because right now I'm getting just basically a light crosswind. Say hello to UPS Miniport over here. Michael V. Andre says, more heavy scheduled starting May 22nd. Thank you for that, Michael. The Reno Air Retro, Tim Arnold says, coming in from Bozeman, Montana. Just hit our first hour of broadcasting. Thank you so much, everybody, liking and tuning in. Thank you, Tim Arnold, Michael V. Andre, and Aircraft Expeditions for their generous contributions to keep the channel going. If you'd like to support the channel and appreciate the fine work, you can send a super chat for as little as 99 cents, or you can send a PayPal or GoFundMe contribution. Thank you so much. I know, I really miss Windows Seat Spotter. I really miss UPS Miniport. I do. Somebody asked me earlier, Brian asked me if I miss DFW, and I said yes. I said I definitely miss it because of the action and the plane spotting and my family. I don't miss the tolls, and flying out of Tucson International Airport is pretty easy, I'm not going to lie. Wow, Moose Turter gifting a membership. Thank you so much, Moose Turter. Right on cue. Appreciate you. Congratulations to Beach Life and Wendy. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Moose Turter.
Might want to think about dropping him a thank you note.
So Royal Jordanian making its left base turn. Yep, we're going 36 left on this one. And then behind it will be SkyWest 6285 from Idaho Falls and Envoy 3811 from Oklahoma City. Thank you, Moose Turter. Just living to give, just a little bit. Makes a big difference. Again, we're planning on being here as long as our batteries hold out for most of the night until the A380 takes off. So that is our hope. I don't know if it'll happen, but I can cross my fingers. SkyWest, CRJ, SkyWest branded CRJ 700 taking off. I wonder if I didn't look to see if this would be departing tonight, but I was excited when I pulled up to Founders Plaza here that it was still around. Moose Turter, thank you for asking. I sure did. And I'm going to try and spend some time tomorrow with my parents. We will do a lunchtime show, but I think it's going to just be about 3 hours till about 2 o'clock. I don't fly back to Tucson until late tomorrow night. My flight leaves at 9:15. So I'll probably just drive back home, take a shower, and hang with the family, my parents, and then have dinner, and then head on back to Tucson. Have a great night, Damon. Take care. Appreciate you tuning in. So we will be giving DFW, Love Field, some love tomorrow for a lunchtime broadcast. Begins at 11. Andrew Something says, Pip will be live streaming from the world-famous Capel Deli this Saturday morning. Make sure you tune in. So there's a restaurant called the Capel Deli that my good friend Morgan, who you may have seen in some of my flight dispatcher videos, always tries to get me to go to. I got to be honest, I'm still upset at them for charging 75 cents extra because I didn't scramble my eggs. I wanted them over easy. And because I wanted them over easy in a burrito, they were upset and charged, well, they weren't upset, but they charged me an extra 75 cents. So, I am a little upset about that. I'm a little upset. So, if they refund me the money, 75 cents, I'll go. I just don't think if a customer is paying good money for your burrito, I don't think I should be charged extra for over easy eggs versus scrambled. That's just me. Hey, look at that. We've got a British Airways sighting, the 787-10 from London. And Parker told me, I cannot remember which day it is, but British Airways will be swapping this out for the A380. So that's great news. Most certainly, Moose Turter, a runny egg tax, indeed. And another thing, if Morgan wants me to go get breakfast with him, don't you think he would watch the show a little bit? He doesn't watch it at all. At least Andrew Something tunes in. Window Seat Spotter says June 1st, the A380 swaps out. One, two. Okay, number 2 for rival Royal Jordanian. Let's sound the horn. This will be day 2 of Royal Jordanian service, so let's celebrate it. And there it is. In the upper right-hand corner. Okay. So kind of the end of May, beginning of June is when the second A380 comes rolling. That'll be cool. DFW will be only a handful of airports that gets double A380 service. So that would be like LA, DFW, JFK, I think Boston, Dulles, and maybe Miami. Hey, Aiden Hodges. Aiden, I hope you got my email I sent you. Thank you for tuning in. Appreciate the question, too. Questions are always welcome. You can always shoot me an email at pipsplainsspottinglive@gmail.com. Yeah, and Window Seat Spotter has Emirates started back the A380 in Houston? Or are they flying the 777 right now there? Well, yeah, Tim, with Lufthansa, but we're talking about twice daily service of the A380. Brian Henry, what's happening? Brian says, I really like the new Royal Jordanian livery, but old one is great as well. I like the new one. I'm a little partial to the new one. I'm partial to the new one. Yeah, I would probably say 60-40 new versus old. Thank you, Brian. There it is. Well, I'm sorry I missed you yesterday during the thunderstorms and rain, but it's great to see you. Welcome, Royal Jordanian. Sarah Deal, the real deal, says we have Lufty, A380, and British Airways, the A380 at Boston. That's what I thought. So thank you for confirming that, Sarah. So, yeah, I'm thinking Miami, DFW, LA. Oh, San Francisco. San Francisco as well. San Francisco as well. Boston, JFK. Yeah, Sarah, how did you get so lucky with both the A380 and the 747 for Lufty? That's tremendous. Somebody's got to be pulling the strings there, Sarah. I know, I didn't. I was wondering, Parker, when it was raining, I'm like, are they going to really do a water can salute? And they sure did. They sure did. Okay, thank you, Window Seat Spotter. That's good to know. If we, when we head to Houston, 5 times weekly, the A380 is getting back. Awesome, Sarah. We have a channel if you would like to, or Facebook page if you'd like to share photos. It just Pips Plane Spotting Pals. Search it on Facebook. Make sure to add it. So this is the old Royal Jordanian livery. So there you go. The classic Brian Henry. So go ahead and hang with us throughout the evening. I'm going to swing over here real quick. Say goodbye to a 777. Where is it? There it is. You are correct, Brian Henry. Dulles, Chicago O'Hare, JFK. It also goes to Detroit. A lot of people don't realize that, but it does fly to Detroit, Michigan, Montreal, I think you're correct on. I don't know about Toronto. And yeah, I think that's about it. You know what I do miss too is like, so we used to broadcast here a lot, and so it was kind of like my home airport. So since I've been gone the last 16, 17 months, I'm just like a visitor. Everybody knows everything about DFW now. I guess the Germans do like Boston. If you do encounter occasional buffering, just be patient. We're fighting on, persevering. And we also have a show scheduled for tomorrow at 11 o'clock. There are a lot less bugs in Tucson, I will also tell you that. So if you don't like bugs, you might like Tucson. There is scorpions and rattlesnakes and a lot of heat, but not a lot of bugs. Air Transport 767, number 2 on arrival. Thank you, Tim Arnold. Feel like American 2454 taken off to our favorite city, Omaha on a 737-800. All right, Lynn Christie says good night for us. Lynn says it is 11:30 where she's at. We say good night to Lynn. All right, Aircraft Expeditions, thanks for tuning in. Have a great night. Take care, sir. We'll see you tomorrow. See you tomorrow morning. There is the 737 going off to Omaha. Kevin, ATS is going to UPS here. Thank you, Kevin. Brian giving us an update on Emirates and also Qatar. I'm just glad they're back, Brian. I was getting scared that they were going to be gone for a long time, but thankfully, they're back. Just, can we all get along here? That's all I'm asking. Nope. Better hide this again. All of a sudden, the breeze picked up. Wait. No, still a north wind for right now. Barbara Sterling, hey, our Myrtle Beach prop whisperer. What's up, Barbara Sterling? How are you? Our Myrtle Beach superstar. It's a 767. Kevin Kelly says it's going to be taxiing in to DFW UPS Miniport. And Barbara Sterling, we are here at DFW just for Mother's Day. We were visiting my parents in Frisco. So we're hanging out with them. Again, we've really just started the show, which is great, but also a little concerning because I have to let my batteries last hopefully until 11 o'clock. How's my computer doing? It's hanging in there. Let's see if we can make it last a little bit longer. Dim things. No, not that. Dim it a little bit. Yeah, I hope everybody had a great Mother's Day weekend. So yeah, that 767 is going to head our way. Oh, we get another retro landing right now. In the background, that'll be the Reno Air livery for American Airlines.
Well, isn't that special?
That is another livery. Thank you, everybody, for liking and subscribing on a busy Monday. I'll let you know, Parker, how I feel the wind currently. See if it is changing. The American flag definitely is blowing to the south. Melina! Hey! Finally a moment for DFW plane spotting during a very busy Monday workday. What's up, Melina? Hope you had a great Mother's Day. Thank you so much. Great to see you, Melina. 135 likes. Thank you, Matt Man. Thanks, everybody, for hitting that thumbs up button. Outstanding in our field in a busy Monday. So again, the goal is to be here until 11 o'clock tonight. Right now it is 5:21. So I did pick up my Chipotle. So do have it in the car. Keeping it warm. And the sun's starting to break out here. We have about, the sun has been setting pretty late, so right around 8 o'clock here. And of course that is due to daylight savings time because in Arizona it's like just past 7 and we're almost at the same, I want to say we're within probably a couple degrees of the same latitude as Tucson here in DFW. So that is the 767 coming in towards the UPS mini port. Yeah, the very good, Tyson. Uh-oh. Parker says the newest data I'm seeing is pushing the shift to south winds until 8 o'clock tonight. Oh, I know. Sarah, I know, is on the East Coast, so she's an hour ahead of us. I just, Texas girl said, oh, you got to be here for the departure. And I was like, well, since I'm really not doing anything, okay. This is what hopefully Southpaw will see in Milwaukee when they get their cargo ramp built by the end of the year. Yeah, you know, Melina, I will tell you, I hadn't seen a 747 until yesterday for the first time in probably since Seattle. All right, Brian Cassidy. Thank you, sir. Good to see you again. Have a great night. Get some rest. What's up, Connie? Good evening to you. How is it in North Carolina? Hard to believe this is kind of like, well, we were in DFW here for a year, a little over a year. No, not quite a year. 7 months, 7, 8 months. Parker says that, hey, how's it going?
Delta Airlines coming out.
So,
Plane spotter?
what's that?
Are you a plane spotter?
Yeah,
Wait, so do you have a YouTube channel?
yeah.
What was it?
It's called Pip Hastings Aviation.
Hey, it's pleasure to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
How was that now? That was one of the legendary planes that just came in.
Yeah. Carolina Squatch says nothing. Nothing is $1.27 at Taco Bell. That's true.
Let me see if I can find it. What's your YouTube channel?
It's just spelled Pip, P-I-P.
Pip.
Yep. H-A-S-T. Oh, there I am. Oh, you just sent it. Yep. We're on the air right there. Yep. Cool, man. Yeah.
Oh, me.
We're on right now. Yeah. Now you're subscribed. Amazing.
South Carolina's coming out. 737 MAX 8 coming out.
I did hear that, Kevin, that they flew the MD-11. So Parker said that our Air Transport International is picking up some of the slack that is being taken up by the MD-11 being retired for UPS. You can kind of hear those engines, the old 767 engines. If we come back to DFW, I'll have more battery life. All I got is my travel kit. So I have 2 small battery boxes, and then like 4 power packs. They definitely were talking to me in person. Can't help it. Love meeting new people. Just shut the engines down. So do we have any word, Kevin Kelly, if this 747 is going out tonight? There goes United. Of course, we would have loved it if it was South Flow, but we still love being here. I've missed this place so much. We'll find out, Tyson. We will find out. So if you'd like to track my flight tomorrow, I will tell you. What is my flight number? Where is it? I take off late tomorrow night, 9:15 Flight number is flight 1830. 1830. Thanks for everybody watching, liking, and subscribing. A lot of people right now are either eating dinner or getting ready to drive home from work. I've timed it out over the when I was here for the last 6 months. So it's traffic time here in DFW. It's just a nice day, right around 80 degrees. The winds, I'm looking at the flag. Well, winds are starting to turn a little bit, Parker. Matt Man says UPS 751 to Louisville departs at 8 o'clock. Thank you very much, Matt Man. Thank you for your assistance, moderator, superstar. Appreciate it. So I think our next departures are going to be American 1643 to Los Angeles on an A321. American 1507 to Cancun. Headed that way. I'm thinking DFW, Finnair. Finnair will be going to the east side. Maybe we'll get lucky with a west side takeoff.
Yeah, we got it. Just going to give you a heads up. There's a plane taking off right now. It's over there.
I see it. I got it. Thank you.
So it's coming in or it's probably
Maybe Tyson. Grumpy says Fenix has been tuning up the MD-11s at Anchorage engine runs. Not a bad suggestion to be in Anchorage.
77.
Yeah.
Oh, I also did voted.
All right, Finnair is taxiing down. I do see one aircraft waiting to take off. Oh, yeah? Make that 2. Maybe we'll get lucky. Damien says, hello, hello. I'm doing well. Thank you for tuning in. Much better than yesterday when we got rained out. And you know what? Yesterday, then because we got rained out, I was actually able to have dinner with my sister, her son, and my parents. So that was nice. Brian Henry says, Finnair has been going back and forth between the A330 and A350. I was wondering about that, Brian. I was wondering which one we would get. So I'm kind of happy that the A330 is here. I was, not that I don't like the A350, but I hadn't seen the A330 in a while. Dreamweaver tuning in. What's up, Dreamweaver? Hello, hello. Well, that killed it. Finnair's going across the bridge. Not surprising, but you always cross your fingers. Guess that Dreamliner is just hanging out there, parked there. It's a Ron. A Remain overnighter or just parked for gate space. A lot of people don't realize that. A lot of the international airlines, they get towed or pushed back because there's only so many gates. And airports, to try and make more money, will kick them out and put another plane in there for a couple hours. Dreamweaver was kind enough to join us just after work. Thank you so much. All right, American 1643 taking off next to Los Angeles. Roger that, Barbara Sterling. Just give me a second. See? So here I am. My camera is kind of like a self-moving tripod. It really shouldn't, but that's me. That is me. Qantas usually gets moved out of the way until later in the evening, which would make sense. So I bet they're probably pushing back fairly soon, Parker. Great seeing you. Thank you, ERB. We'll try and make myself known tomorrow and at Love Field. So our next takeoffs look like they're going to be American 2353 and A319 to McAllen, Texas, Envoy 4046 to College Station, Texas, American 558 to DFW, Envoy 3827 to San Antonio, and American 2712 to Fort Myers. Matthew Breckshot says, JetBlue's A220 blueprint is officially delivered to JetBlue. Thank you, Matthew. Well, I hope JetBlue stays around long enough to fly it. So right now, 73% of people say they would take a 730. They would take a 747 daily over a F-16 daily, which is helpful to me where we should broadcast next. So, not to to poo-poo on the F-16, but sounds like we need to maybe go to a cargo hub soon. Or like San Francisco. 73% Southpaw. 107 votes. Thank you, everybody, for voting. It's a pretty dominant performance. I must confess, I would probably pick that as well. What?
Oh, and by the way.
Hmm.
And by the way,
Yeah.
my YouTube is Blue Demon.
Okay. That one is headed off to, I believe, McAllen, Texas. And Blue Demon Arc says that A380 is heading to Sydney.
Say it now.
Late tonight.
It's at 8:30.
Parker brings up a great point. Did you guys see the Lufthansa 777X taking a test flight a few days ago? Can't wait to see one in the wild. Yes, you know what, Parker? Our good friend and channel moderator, Rainy Cajun, has been stalking the 777X when he hasn't been working. So he has been out there keeping an eye on it. I'm looking forward to seeing one in the wild, or maybe when we get out to Seattle. Let's keep sending them out. We got a little departure queue going. Heavy time, Kevin says. Thank you, Kevin. Let's see who is coming in. Next arrivals are, another special livery. American 1888 to Boise, or from Boise on an A321 SkyWest 9910. I've heard unofficial, Mattman asking about new commercial service to McKinney. I've heard unofficial rumors of Avelo, but Avelo might not even make that, Mattman. They're restructuring their entire network. So I don't know. Martin Bragg says, hello everyone, this is such a great live stream. Hope you're enjoying it as much as I am. Martin in the UK, thanks so much, Martin. Great to have you with us. Haven't seen you in a while. Hope you're doing well. Oh, that is the heavy. My apologies, Kevin. I was looking at, and that one came in from Rome. Meanwhile, we got our U.S. Airways retro coming in from Boise.
Well, isn't that special?
It is always on point, Melina. I agree. Well, you know, Matt, man, of course, Alaska Airlines has been increasing the routes from Boise. So there's some little competition going on. Brian Kopp says hello from Oceanside, California. Brian, hello, hello. I'm reminded several people say it's like 105, 104, 105 in Tucson. So I'm enjoying the cooler weather. If it was 107 here, I would not be broadcasting. Neither would I be broadcasting in Tucson, but... What? You know. Oh, we do have a heavy. Third one in a row, third one down the line. Be a Dreamliner, American 128 Heavy from Shanghai. We'll go ahead and sound the heavy alert for the Dreamliner. Roadblocks. So the Spirit planes are currently being ferried to Arizona right now to be stored. Arizona is a great place for storage because of dry weather, which helps mitigate some of the effects of wear and tear from moisture. You know what's funny, Parker? I think they're changing the field. I saw an article as we check out this 737-700. I think they're changing the field on the blue turf. They might be going to conventional. I saw an article about some guy buying blue turf. So I don't know if it was a true statement or not. Quick the Geek says it's 101 right now in East Tucson. Yep, that sounds about right. Prepare for takeoff. What's happening? Welcome in, guys. Great to see all of you. Just making a special visit here to DFW. Starting to get a little bit of sun. So we're keeping an eye out. Shanghai will be, I think, number 2, number 3. Oh, it'll be our next one. All right, the Dreamliner is next. It's nice to see DFW and Dallas flying to mainland China again. Welcome back, Scott Kuiper. Just in time for U.S. Airways Retro. I think this is our 5th special livery today. We have been heading out of the park today, hitting the lottery, if you will. Almost 6 o'clock here. I think the sun will be out for 2 more hours. Right around 2 more hours. You know it, Parker. You know it. I've been pulling all the strings. I wish. I don't know how much street credit I have, Parker. You know what's funny is, so we were fortunate enough last week or 2 weeks ago to get Independence 1, the first day of its commercial service, or second day of commercial service. And I thought that I had a couple friends in Southwest, doing me a solid, and he's like, "No, it was just luck." So I'll I will thank my lucky stars and my guardian angel for making that happen. So Shanghai is in. Perhaps one day I'll be able to pull the strings. So right now I'm like the bottom man on the totem pole. I'm like the intern. I'm the guy who gets the donuts for the dispatchers. Which is cool. I'm cool with that. I'll buy the donuts. Dr. Dunk, great to have you back on board. Thank you, everybody, for liking and subscribing. Again, we're going to be hanging out as long as our batteries hold out until the A380 takes off later tonight. I wanted to start the show earlier, but... Oh, I know. I had lunch with my nephew, and he was kind enough to go out to lunch with me. So it's always nice when you get home visiting family, and always nice to talk to family. Because as much as Tucson is great, I don't have any family there, so it can be lonely at times. So family's always important, friends always important too. Atlas is on final. What? Oh, yeah, it is. Number 2. We got a 747-8 from Miami. Way to be on top of it, Scott. So we'll go ahead and sound the heavy alert for another queen. And again, this just confirms that 72% of our viewers prefer a 747 daily versus an F-16 daily. I'm sorry, Southpaw. I gave it a fair chance, but it's pretty overwhelming. All right, almost 170 likes. Thank you, ERB, for that report. That's pretty awesome. So this will be our second 747 of the day so far. And then we'll have our UPS later, which we might get a West Side departure. I didn't think this Miami one would arrive on the West Side, but we will absolutely take it. Leroy says, last Saturday morning, the Spirit A320 ferried out of Charlotte to Pinal Air Park in Marana, just north of Tucson, and used the Breeze call sign. They have a lot of Spirits at both Pinal and Goodyear. I didn't know they used the Moxie call sign, Leroy. Huh. Interesting. I'll tell you what, David Nealman will do whatever it takes to make extra money. He does charters. He does the normal commercial flights. He will do, just about anything. Cargo. Air King Flyer, what's happening on? Andrew, thanks for joining us. Andrew, we did have the Royal Jordanian join us today. It did land on this side. They flew their old livery here. It landed just about 35 minutes ago. We've been on North Flow all day, but we're hoping later in the evening it'll switch to South Flow. So we're crossing our fingers. But this next arrival is a 747-8 from Miami. Atlas Air is flying it. Hope y'all had a great Mother's Day and were kind to your mothers, and you called your mothers. I flew to my mother this time, so I didn't have to do the phone call. I'm not sure if this will be a UPS plane. Well, if it's coming from Miami, it'll probably just go to the regular cargo hangars or warehouses, the hard stands. Nice. The old King Hussein L1011. Very cool, Andrew. So thanks, everybody, for tuning in. Episode 505, well underway. Don't forget to like and subscribe. Consider supporting the channel. Thank you to Aircraft Expeditions and Tim Arnold, as well as Michael Villa Andre and Moose Turter. Oops, didn't mean to kick that tripod. So if you aren't familiar with DFW, there's a fair bit of cargo traffic that comes in here. So I would say on average in a week, DFW probably gets 2 or 3 747s per day. Sometimes more than that, but I would just say on average. Hey, Optimistic Mountain Landscaping, thanks so much for tuning in. 104 degrees down there in good old Green Valley. Much cooler here. It's 76, 77 with partly cloudy skies. That is one thing I most definitely have missed is as we see Frontier's Greenest airline livery taken off. I have missed the clouds. Tucson, it's like either no clouds or mostly clouds. There's never like partly cloudy skies. So clouds today were great, and yesterday. Ah, perfect timing. Perfect timing for once the camera shuts off. Stand by. New battery. And we're back. So again, if you are just joining us, I announced that we will be having a third show tomorrow, a lunchtime edition show from 11 a.m. hopefully to maybe 2 p.m., 2:30 at Love Field, so we can check out the new spotter area. Since everybody says I need to go to that, I have to follow what they say. So we're going to go to Love Field tomorrow. So hopefully we'll get some private jets, some charters, some interesting stuff. Andrew says we got the monsoon setting up to ourselves. Daniel says hello from Dusseldorf, Germany. Willkommen. Thank you for tuning in. So we've kind of had a balance of heavies, like 1 per hour, 1 to 2 per hour. It's kind of nice. Spreads it out. We're expecting Turkish tonight, Eva Air tonight. Do we have any other? Oh, Iberia tonight. There should be more American from London arriving. Oh, you know what? I've got a good trivia question for you, too. Kevin says you have a 767 5 minutes out from Laredo. Thank you, Kevin. Appreciate that alert. Yep, we sure do. There it is, 767. Before that, we have arrivals from McAllen on a MAX 8, American 1685 from Phoenix on an A321. And speaking of A321s, Telford, what's up? Welcome into the show. Optimistic Mountain Landscaping, that's what I hear too, so I gotta go check it out, see if it's really true. I know I know they don't have bathrooms there, and probably for good reason, but yeah, I hear it's pretty nice. Pretty nice. Ryan Gardner Golf says, my family leaves on the DC flight this evening, I believe, around 8 o'clock. Will you be live then? Yes, we will, Ryan. The only catch is it'll probably be taken off on the east side, so you'll have to alert us so we can maybe zoom in and see it. See, because we're on the west side here at the airport, and the east side is over there. So, fun little fact, if you don't know, typically, most times, not all the time, but most of the traffic, if it's coming from the west, it arrives on the west side of the airport. If it's coming from the east side of the airport and the east, then it usually lands on the east side. And it does the same thing when it's departing. If it's departing, unless there's a runway closure, it usually takes off on the east side. It's how ATC keeps the travel lanes clear. Brian says, Pip, a little more info recently here for the DFW twice daily service. Alaska started from San Diego now. Thank you. Brian Henry. Hey, Salt Lake City flights. Good evening, Pip. I'm waiting for an Atlas Air 747 to take off from Hill Air Force Base. Sweet. Well, we just had an Atlas 747 just land, probably within the last 10 minutes. Right on. You're welcome, Ryan. Yeah, it's not exclusive, but I would say the vast majority of planes that are taking off and landing from cities to the east of us will usually land on the east side, while most that are from western cities will land on the west side. So yeah, that is you can book the majority of flights for sure. We'll do that though. And it's also based on, I don't have my iPad with me, but if I did, I'd bring up a diagram. There's basically 4 corner posts that DFW traffic all flows into. So they have a southwest corner post, a southeast corner post, then a northeast corner post to the airport, and a northwest. And so basically, all of the traffic that goes into DFW arrives into one of those corner posts, which, if you think about it on a map, are typically about 100 and, I'm just going to ballpark it. So don't quote me if I'm wrong, but usually like 120, 140 miles from the airport. And then they begin their STAR, which is called their standard terminal arrival route pattern. So I won't get too much in depth with that because it's probably a little confusing. But there's definitely a method to the madness. That's why ATC is so good at their job, because they're able to take traffic from all over and kind of standardize it into a standard arrival point. Oh my gosh, there he is. Rob, Viking One Aviation, what is up? Great to see you, Rob. G'day down under in New Zealand. Now that corner post thing, that is specific to DFW. That's not like every airport. But it is specific to DFW. What is up, Rob Boatardi? Brent Mazer says hello from north of the border. What's up, Brent? Brent, you know, I've got to get our friend Mattman. Mattman has a love affair with Winnipeg, and we got to get him north of the border. He's getting close to retirement, so I think his first trip should be after he retires to Winnipeg. Brent will make sure to send him in January because he likes the Winnipeg Jets too. So we'll definitely get him to a Jets game. Roger that. Actually, you know what? That sounds pretty good right about now. Yeah, Oklahoma, Scott, exactly. See, I hope you always learn something when you're watching me. Actually, you know, one of the best ways you can see the corner post in action is probably tomorrow around 9 o'clock Central Standard Time. If you look to the northeast, you will see this just like forever line that goes on and on into Arkansas of arrivals. Pretty interesting. 510 Steve, what's happening? Ryan Gardner says, are you always live from DFW or do you do other airports? If so, you were good friends with Walt. I've met Walt a time or two. I did DFW, so yes, for you new viewers, stand by on that question. Does DFW land more planes than Denver International? Well, I don't know if it's more planes, PSA Steve, but I know that DFW is number 3 in the world as far as busiest airports, and Denver, I believe, is number 4. And we have a heavy arriving, so I'll go ahead and sound the heavy alert. Optimistic Mountain Landscaping is... Founders Plaza is great. It's one of my favorite plane spotting parks. The only thing you have to worry about, and this is just like a small critique, is that on the weekends, nobody empties out the garbage cans, so there's like garbage overflow. But other than that, it's great. It's open. The police are super cool here at DFW Airport, so it's open late. You can hang out here. Everybody behaves themselves, so yeah. And Ryan Gardner, I used to live in DFW. I now live in Tucson, Arizona. So you'll predominantly see me broadcasting from Arizona. But now that it's heating up to like 100 degrees, we like to go on the road. So I just happened to be here for Mother's Day because my mom and dad live here. And so I brought my equipment with me. And so we were broadcasting yesterday before we got rained out. We're broadcasting today. And then tomorrow we're going to Love Field before I fly back to Tucson. And that is the FedEx that Kevin was talking about that was inbound from Laredo, 767. Parker is correct. They do need more parking. They definitely need more parking here at Founders Plaza because this is a very popular place. You'll see people here at all times of the day. Not so much in the morning time. If you come here in the morning time, that's probably the least busiest time to be here at Founders Plaza, Optimistic. Other than that, people will come here after work for lunch. So from about lunchtime on, it's fairly busy here. Especially on the weekends. Brent Mazer is on the Canadian Airlines bandwagon. I was cheering for the Oilers because they had 2 former Blackhawks on it, but I guess I'm kind of on Montreal's bandwagon. I don't know. I guess I would like to see Rob Brindamore maybe get to the Stanley Cup. He's never been to the Stanley Cup as a coach. So, just one thought. Oh, 510 Steve says, does DFW have a larger airport than Denver? No. Denver is number 1 as far as size and total land. DFW is number 2. So, good question, Steve. But yeah, it's Denver and DFW. And then as far as total passengers, it's DFW then Denver. Oh, well, wonderful Aqua, Melina. Thank you, Melina. Glad to hear the audio is good. I always concerned about that. I'm going to give, if it does sound good, I'm going to give the credit to the soundboard. But also, I was in radio after all, Melina, so audio is very important to me because they say I have a face for radio. So, all right. Looks like it might be time to plug in a battery, which we can do. That is correct. Scott Kuiper, Rob Bridnabor, longtime flyer. He had the weird helmet. That is correct. He had the weird helmet. He also has a son who's on the Hurricanes. I don't know if he's on the playoff roster, but he is on the... Hey, Josh Aldridge checking in from Houston. What's up, Josh Aldridge? Josh, see if you can get some ETA action there. Yeah, I missed a UPS mini port for sure. I call it mini port. It's not quite as big as Louisville, but they do have, it is a crew base for UPS. And so you'll see a fair amount of UPS traffic here at DFW. 171 likes. Thank you, ERB. So because he broke his nose like 15 times, he had to wear the special helmet, Scott? If you haven't hit the like button, please do. Don't. Thank you so much for hitting the like button. Ryan, we've been to 53 airports and broadcasted. Oh my goodness, thank you so much, Parker, for that $100 super chat. Parker, thank you, my gosh. Gentleman and scholar.
Might want to think about dropping him a thank you note.
Thank you so much, Parker, for your generosity. Appreciate that. They played Sweet Caroline for Pope Leo at the Vatican. Josh, actually, we're headed to the aircraft operations area tomorrow, Josh Aldridge. Thank you again, Parker. $100 super chat via PayPal. Thank you so much. Gentleman and scholar, Parker. And of course, Parker is kind enough to use PayPal because contributions via PayPal and GoFundMe, more of that money goes direct to our channel as opposed to YouTube. The super chats, they take about 30%. So thank you, Parker. Means a lot. Appreciate you greatly. You know, we got a little buffering. Hang in there. Okay, so another question was, I can't remember. Scott Kuiper, I don't know if everybody wants to list the list of all the airports. If you did ask a question and I didn't answer it, please put it down in the chat again. I'll do my best to answer it. Yeah, but it might take a while to list all the airports. 777 Ryan says, leaving for Rome soon. We are in DFW. Oh, I know the question was, Brian Henry, I think I saw you asked, are you in Tucson permanently? As of now, yes. Is there any chance, Brian asks, that we would be back to DFW? There's always a chance. I mean, if the situation is right, there's always a chance. It's like when people say they're not running for president, even though we all know they are, there's always a chance. So if there's a job offer or something that makes sense, then I'll certainly entertain it. I'm not married to Tucson by any means, but Tucson, I live there, is my current place of employment, and until something changes, then... So there is always a chance. Would I like to come back to DFW once a year? Yes. So maybe we'll come back here in the fall. Thank you, Parker. Love your support, of course, but glad to bring the show to everybody. Why did they... So they closed Founders Plaza here, Scott Kuiper, because they had to do some soil remediation work on the hill. And so they needed to close it. I don't know if it was contaminated or what, but they had to do some remediation work on the soil. And because of that, they closed Founders Plaza from like, I don't know, August till February or something. Maybe it was longer than that. But yeah, that's why they closed it. Now, looking at the winds. All right, so we almost have south winds here. There's not a lot of traffic. I almost wonder if in the next 15, 20 minutes they turn around to south flow. We will see. And by the way, thank you for everybody's super chats. I love super chats. It means so much. I'm just saying that, you know, if there's any way that you can use GoFundMe or PayPal that puts more money to the channel. It's like if a pizza delivery driver ate one of your pieces of pizza, you know? Why does bro sound like a news anchor? Well, because I used to be a news anchor. True story. That is actually 100% correct. I was a radio news anchor for several years. Where's that 737? Sorry, guys. Oh, there it is. Alex Bartlett says tomorrow midday. Thank you so much, Alex. You know what, Rob? We have not seen any coyotes, and that's because the weeds are so tall here at DFW currently that if there were coyotes, I probably couldn't see them. I was actually a news anchor on the radio, actually part-time here in Dallas. I worked for a radio station called WBAP. I was just a part-time radio news reporter and anchor on the weekends. And Scott Kuiper, I am considering running for president as an independent candidate in 2028. So yeah, we can get the rumors out of the way. I am considering running for president. JL Day says hello from Maryland. Hello, and welcome into DFW. Oh, sweet, Brent Mazer, rock radio DJ in the 80s and 2000s. There's no coyotes because the soil has been remediated. We wish that was the case. So the next question was, what's the rarest plane we've seen here? Probably Air Force One. We get everything here. We get the... Oh, I know the Antonov has landed here too, the 124, not the 225. But we get regularly scheduled service from 747s for cargo. We get the A380 from Qantas, and then in June we'll get it from British Airways too. We get 767s, 777s, A350s, A330s, A340s. The only aircraft I don't think I've ever personally seen here is maybe... God, I don't know if I've missed any. You'll have to ask some of the plane spotters in the channel, because I've seen just about everything. Robert Brunn, how are you? Good evening. Parker says, did I know Sam from sales? No, unfortunately not, Parker. They kept us, I don't know what it was with the news people, but they kept us in our own little corner. Like, I didn't get to interact with any of the salespeople or sports people. The other thing is the sports people and salespeople were on a different floor than the news people. So the news floor was, I think, the 5th floor, and the sports and sales were the 4th floor there at Victory Plaza. That was super rare. That was super rare, Brian Henry. He brings up that we did have a Lufthansa 747 diversion. That was super rare. Occasionally, the A380 from Houston and Emirates would divert here. That's pretty rare. But yeah, I would probably say, I would agree with you, Brian Henry, probably the 747 from Houston. Now, as soon as I saw that diversion, boom, I drove immediately to the airport. The Ukrainians have the 124, have the Antonov. The Ukrainians have the Antonov. Yep. And we'll be on the air for the next several hours, hopefully, as long as the batteries and the Wi-Fi hold out. Tomorrow we'll be at I almost called it Southwest Airport, Dallas Love Field, for some lunchtime action. So just FYI on that. So we'll be on the air again tomorrow before I fly back to Tucson tomorrow night. My flight doesn't leave till 9:15, so at least I get to spend pretty much a full day tomorrow before I have to go to work on Wednesday. Question is, will I be able to wake up on Wednesday? That's right, Rob. I'm going to have good audio. Life Begins says he had the opportunity to see Independence 1 at Charlotte, and he drove straight to the airport. That, yeah, I was the same way. And when that Lufthansa diversion, boom, I immediately, when I had nothing to do and I found out it was diverting, I said, I'm going right now. And also an A330 diverted as well for Air France. So that was kind of cool too. I have actually, Brian Henry in Tucson, purely by luck, we somehow, the first or second day that Independence 1 went into revenue service, I did see it in person. I did see it up close. It is definitely the number one special livery. I wholeheartedly will stand by that. Better than Lufthansa's 100-year livery, which is pretty awesome. Don't get me wrong. But seeing that Independence 1 up close and personal, 10 stars. Technically 50 stars when you think about the American flag. But absolutely awesome. Brent Mazer, yes. We'll have that report later in the hour. The T-shaped structure. Oh, okay. I know which T-shaped structure you're talking about. That would be our Vortac. So in the distance there, you see an American flag, and then you also see kind of a T-shaped structure. That's what you call a Vortac, or that is a navigational aid for aircraft that they used in years past. And they still can use it technically, but the Vortac combines both the VOR and the TACAN capabilities of navigational aids. So that's what that is. It's a navigational aid that helps pilots with navigation. Hey, Ritzy Mink, thanks so much for tuning in. Great to see you. My flight actually was very smooth. Kudos to American. We left 15 minutes early, and we arrived 15 minutes early. So it was a great flight, very smooth. Although I will tell you, if you're flying out of Tucson, you should expect, or flying into Tucson, you should expect some turbulence, just because Tucson kind of sits around or in between mountains, and so you do get some turbulence. Looks like we have a 757 getting ready to take off. And Josh points out there is the Retro Classic Allegheny, so another special livery.
Well, isn't that special?
Southpaw, I'm sorry, Southpaw. I was giving you a shout out and saying, well, it's pretty consistent. It's been consistently about 72%. So Going back to Independence One, Brian Henry and Southwest Special Liveries. The only ones I don't have photos of are the Triple Crown one, Illinois one, and what was the other one? One other state. Oh, I know, Liberty one. And I think I have the rest. So yeah, there is Allegheny one. Meanwhile, UPS is pushing back a 757. Yeah, I think we've seen just about everything here at DFW. Everything from the Antonov and 747 to MD-80s, you know. We've pretty much had it all, which is pretty awesome to think about. All right, ERB, we'll catch you later, sir. Appreciate you. Say hi to your parents for us as we check out this A220 taking off. And for you new viewers, just FYI, as just a little information, there are 7 runways here at DFW. That is one less than Chicago O'Hare for the most runways in the world at a commercial airport. So there are 7 runways. There are 5 north and south runways, 2 on this side, 3 on the other, and then each side has a crosswind runway on the outer edges of the airport. Well, Rob, with a $20 New Zealand super chat. Thank you so much, Rob, for the 20.
Might want to think about dropping him a thank you note.
Rob, for the 2028 presidential campaign for Pip. I'm definitely considering a run. I've actually, you may think this is a little crazy, but I actually, not to get political, because that's what we don't do. If you want to get political, you can watch another show. But I figured out that I've been researching how many signatures are needed for each state to be an independent on the ballot, which has been an interesting research project. All right, have a good one. Kevin says we have Flight 79 coming across the bridge. Sounds like from London Heathrow. So we check out this baby bus A319. Love those baby buses. Yeah, Robert. Yeah, we sure did. That was wild and crazy. I was actually talking to some of my friends about that wild stuff. Which, Scott, so far I found that the state of Indiana requires the fewest signatures. It's something like 80. I think Vermont doesn't require a lot of signatures either. I think it's like Vermont's maybe 5,700 signatures. Indiana, I think, is like 8,700, or maybe it's another state. It's a great question. Tyson Price, $5.87, says, this is for a donut and some chocolate milk. I hope you enjoy a donut and chocolate milk. If you have leftover money, you can give a tip. All right. Well, Tyson, thank you so much for your generous contribution.
Might want to think about dropping him a thank you note.
And you know what, Tyson? I am going to do that because I have a Dunkin' Donuts at our airport in Tucson. So I am going to get me a chocolate donut and a glass of milk. That works out perfectly. Thank you, Tyson. Andrew says, 15 years ago, I was hoping those A319s, all first-class transatlantic flights would work out. Yeah. Maybe they still can, Andrew. Andrew, how about we start an airline with A319s and they're all first class? That's a good idea. That could work. I could live, Scott Kuiper brings up a good point. If I live in Indiana, I could live across the river from Louisville, which is exactly correct. In fact, Scott Kuiper, this was before I got into plane spotting. I actually lived in a city called Columbus, Indiana, which is about 70 miles from the border, from the Ohio River.
Hey, great meeting you.
Hey, good to meet you too. You have a good day.
You too. By the way, I'll stay subscribed.
Okay.
Oh, what's your next plane spotting?
Probably won't be till tomorrow we'll be at Love Field.
Love Field.
Yeah.
Oh. Hey, I'm Love Field. Just turning into that one.
Okay. Take care, bud. All right. You too. All right, Melina, thanks so much for tuning in. Safe travels. Absolutely, Andrew. Have a great night, Melina. Take care. We appreciate you. Oh, yeah, there it is. There is American 79 Heavy from London, I believe. Right there. Good ears, Moose Turter. That was, in fact, new subscriber person. I think it's Blue Star Wars Arc is his username. Not entirely sure. All right, trivia time for you. And I apologize. I do not have. I know I said I would, but with the rain and the dinner, and I did not get some new sounds for Name That Airplane. So we may be able to play it tomorrow, or it may have to wait till next week. So I apologize in advance. Brent, this, yeah. Although they say that everybody's taking the Ozempic and all that, and Wegovy, they're all like, the planes are so much lighter. So, which brings up an interesting fact, Brent. You talk about weight. So one of the things that's calculated, the FAA will give flight dispatchers recommended weights based on the overall, I guess, population estimate. So the weights they give us include, I think, a 30-pound carry-on bag, and then the average body. So that takes into account everybody who's big, everybody who's small, kids, old people, everything. And I think it's been a few years since I've dispatched, but I remember the last weight we had was the average weight was 190 pounds for the person, and then the 30-pound bag. So I don't know what it is now. Maybe it's declined. I would be cool with Pope Leo being my running mate. That would be cool. Andrew, I like that suggestion. Right along the Russian border. That's a good idea. But yeah, the FAA will give the airlines and the dispatchers, and they'll take those numbers and they'll compute. And obviously it's all done by computer now, but based on the passengers and what the weights will be, plus the bags, and then you get your estimate. So yeah. Fun little fact there. I'll have to message some of my flight dispatcher friends what the weights average is now. All right, Roblox, we'll see you next time, bud. Take care. Again, we'll be here until hopefully 11 o'clock, crossing our fingers with the batteries and the Wi-Fi. Local time is 6:34. But me getting distracted, I got distracted from my trivia question. And the question is, as we look at this, where is it? The London flight right there. The trivia question I have for you folks is, I've given this trivia question before, but there's a lot of new viewers. And the question is, at London Heathrow, British Airways is the #1 busiest carrier. Virgin Atlantic is the #2 busiest carrier at London Heathrow. The question is, who is the 3rd busiest airline at London Heathrow? That is the question. Who is the 3rd busiest airline at London Heathrow? Good for you, Tyson. So yeah, the question is, who is the 3rd busiest airline at London Heathrow? Let's see if anybody remembers the answer or just knows it just because they're that good. Josh Aldridge says American. Mickey says Delaney. Mickey says Delaney. Southwest. Brent Mazer says American. The 3rd busiest carrier. Moose Turter says United. Scott says American. Parker says Ryanair. Red Bart says American or Ryanair. All right. So a lot of you either paid attention to my last time I asked it, or you guys and gals are just that smart, because the correct answer is, in fact, American Airlines. American Airlines is the 3rd busiest airline at London Heathrow. So great job, everybody who guessed American Airlines. So yes, American Airlines is the 3rd busiest airline in London. In fact, let's see if we can name all the nonstops on American to London. So you've got Boston, JFK, Raleigh-Durham, Philadelphia, Miami, Dallas, Chicago O'Hare, 7, Phoenix, 8, Los Angeles, 9. Am I missing any ones? Seattle doesn't have theirs anymore. So that's 9. I think that's all of them. So there are 9 nonstops on American Airlines to London Heathrow, unless I'm missing one. Oh, yeah, and Charlotte. Thank you, Red Barch. I totally forgot about Charlotte. Duh. Okay, so the 757 is going to Louisville, and look at how sky high the 757 is going. I'm going almost vertical trying to keep up with this. Bam! Up like a missile indeed. So yeah, Charlotte, forgot about Charlotte. Charlotte, Miami, Raleigh-Durham, Philadelphia and JFK, Boston, Chicago O'Hare, Dallas, Los Angeles, Phoenix. Yep. Nailed it. All right, let's see what's going on. We are at 6:40 here at DFW International Airport. I have another. Do I have another? No. I thought I had a 747, but it just hasn't been. thought the 747 from Miami. Nah, it still shows as going Miami DFW. So that looking here on the old flight radar. Love those old engines on those Airbuses. So I think we should be seeing in the next hour Eva Air from Taipei. We should be seeing, well, we might see Turkish. Turkish usually lands on the east side for some weird reason, and I've called ATC several times to try and change that, but we might get lucky. The winds are they still haven't changed to south flow. The flag is almost flat, the big American flag here at DFW. So we'll see how much longer it goes. And of course, for you new viewers, that is the newly constructed, or currently under construction Terminal F. So DFW's terminals are laid out like A, C, and E on the east side, and then it would be B, D, and F on the west side. So Bravo, Delta, Foxtrot, and then Alpha, Charlie, Echo on the east side. And Southpaw, it still looks like 70% of people still want the 747. I hate to tell you. Thanks so much, everybody, liking and subscribing. Matt, man, I gotta wonder if we ever gonna hit 600 likes. Because we keep getting stuck in the pattern. Red Bart says, I can't wait to see Terminal F when it's finished. Parker says, for anyone watching this that has been to both Rome and Tokyo, I can't decide on my next adventure. I have not been to Tokyo, but I have been to Rome, Parker. I have been to Rome, and I enjoyed it. How do I say this? Like, it just, I know what I was going to say. Okay, respectfully, Rome is cool, way cool if you love history. But also, Parker, because it's a historical city, the infrastructure is very old. Like, a lot of the roads are rough. A lot of the plumbing, you can tell, is like 200 years old. So, yeah, just, that was my first impression of Rome. It's awesome. The food's amazing. The people are super nice. But as far as Rome goes, the infrastructure is definitely old. You know, I think Red Barch, as soon as Terminal F is finished, then I think that there might even be more international airlines coming to DFW, just because that's going to move some of Americans' capacity from Terminal D potentially over to Terminal F. Haas says, Pip, my brother is taxiing to the runway. You are next to American 783 to San Antonio. Thanks for the heads up, Haz. That's awesome. We'll keep an eye out for him. And I went pretty recently, Parker. It was in 2022 that I went to Italy. I have wanted to go to Tokyo for a long time. I've also wanted to go to Sydney and also to Zurich in Switzerland. Rob says, my daughter has been to Rome and Tokyo, so that doesn't help choose. Man, Rob, your daughter's been all over. Amazing. Red Barch says, my wife and I will be going to Sydney on an A380 next month on Qantas Flight 8. Oof, nice. That is getting the bucket list. That's something I want to do is ride on an A380. That is awesome, Red Barch. Next arrivals will be American 767 from Seattle on an A321. Then it'll be Envoy 3417 from Abilene. Then it'll be Frontier from Las Vegas. Still waiting on that flow change, crossing my fingers. Mike Cruz, what up? Mike Cruz says Schiphol at Amsterdam is on the list. Yeah, that would be on my list too. I know everybody's going to dog me on this one, but I don't know how I feel about St. Martin. Part of me wants to go, and part of me is just like, it's a lot of crazy tourists. Fantastic, Red Barge. That's awesome. Well, I don't know that has if it's on the center runway, if it's going to be taken off on our side, but let's keep our eye out for it nonetheless. So let's see here. I'll see what we can do. Oh, yeah, it's on our side. Okay. It'll be next up to take off. Not the one we see right now, but in just a minute. So our next one will be American 783. St. Martin is an amazing experience watching the planes land over Maho Beach. All right. Haz's brother, I think, is next. Yep, here it comes. American 783. Frankfurt is a good suggestion, Kevin. There is Haz's brother. All right, Haz, your brother's on the way. I think we got a heavy taking off in just a minute. So our 777 American 48 going to Charles de Gaulle. And taking off right now is American 2190 to Leon, Mexico. Es muy bueno. If you're just joining us, good evening. Welcome into Pip's Plane Spotting Live. Thank you for liking and subscribing, being part of the action. We're so pleased to have you. Just go ahead and do us a small favor. Hit that thumbs up button. Want to thank all of our generous contributions tonight, including Rob from down under in New Zealand. Thank you to Parker. Thank you to Aircraft Expeditions. Thank you to Tyson Price. Thank you to Michael Villa Andre. Thank you to Moose Turter. Thank you to Tim Arnold as well. Thank you, everybody, being so kind and generous to help continue the channel to grow. Go Spurs. Matt Man Bean from Chicago says go Spurs because we know the Bulls don't have a real basketball team. It's true. We do not have a real basketball team in Chicago. I grew up in Chicago, so I have a little bias towards Chicago teams. I was fortunate enough to grow up when Michael Jordan... Oh, we get a heavy alert.
What would you say you do here?
Whoops. There we go. Ooh, listen to those engines. Going to Paris. Right on, Has. Good for you. I think those that was a 200, so I want to say those are, well, but it's an American plane, so I'm going Trents. Or maybe they're all G's. I'm not too familiar engines-wise, Brian Henry. That is a great question. They sounded really good, so that makes me lean on Trent's, but not 100% sure. Parker says Rolls-Royce engines, I believe. Almost 7 o'clock here. Rolling on. Rolling on. I'm starting to see the big American flag kind of move a little bit. Maybe from the south. But maybe I'm just being optimistic. Rolls-Royce Trent confirmed. Engines on that 777-200. Thank you, Parker. Appreciate that. Andrew says, my first time in a GE 777 felt like a DC-10 when boarding. Then at takeoff, I didn't feel a sound like the DC-10. Looks like A319 with winglets here. Gotta love that. Kurt Erickson says, hello, Pip Hastings. What up, Kurt? Shout out to Milwaukee and Wisconsin. Shout out to the 747. I guess this will be taking off in approximately 1 hour. Una hora. This will be then our third 747 on the program. Again, if you're just joining us, don't forget to hit that like button and subscribe. Also, remember, we have one more show here in DFW. It'll be at Love Field tomorrow, which, by the way, is to the east of us here in that direction. It's about 15, 20-minute drive. Closer to the city, so we'll be able to see the skyline a little bit better of Dallas. But yes, we Love Field broadcasting tomorrow at 11, hopefully. The only obstacle is me waking up on time. That's the biggest one. So that is the big obstacle. Trying to see if there's any space for ATC to make a change. It's tough when you're the third busiest airport in the world to make a flow change. Penn says EVA Flight 50 on descent into DFW. There it is. It's basically over Highway 80. Or Highway 380, excuse me, not Highway 80. Highway 380. Red Bart says, signing off to get some things done. Have a good night. Love the live stream. Well, thank you so much for tuning in. Look forward to your Qantas adventures, and we'll be on the air tomorrow from 11 a.m., I think till about 2, maybe a little bit longer. But we're doing like a lunchtime goodbye farewell stream, so I hope y'all can tune in if you're able. If not, we'll see you on the next one. I think our next one, I don't know where it's going to be next week, if we'll have one. I mean, it was 107 or 105 in Tucson today, so... so... all things measured. I wonder what the let's look at the forecast here. Looking at Tucson's forecast for the next week. If you didn't know, I live in Tucson currently. So, the weather for Tucson will be... well, I gotta type it in, I guess. Okay, so 102 tomorrow, 97 Wednesday, Sunday 95, 95. Yeah, so it's basically back to where it is in the summertime, early summer. Mr. Moses, the 777-200 has the Rolls-Royce engines. The 777-300 for American has the GE engines. Thank you so much for clarifying that. Appreciate that. Quick the Geek says it's supposed to cool down to Tucson in the 90s. Huzzah. Which I guess after, you know what's interesting, Quick the Geek and everybody, after being in Dallas with the humidity, you know, I guess it's comparable. But the sun is the big thing. Like in Tucson, like I've said, you're higher in altitude. You're about 2,500 feet up. So if the sun feels closer to you, And so it's extra present. Yeah, I was wondering about that, Parker. It diverted back to Melbourne and then it got canceled. I don't know why. Tim says it'll be good weather in Colorado. I'm sure it will, Tim. Thank you, Scott. Yes, the old dry heat trick. The old dry heat trick. I actually think this weekend is a graduation, or maybe it was last weekend. I think this weekend is graduation for a lot of schools in Arizona, in Tucson at least. Danielle says dry heat, humid heat, it's hot regardless. That is the correct answer. That is the correct answer. Robert Brunn says June is the hottest month in Phoenix and Tucson, and I would typically, I would agree with that, Robert Brunn. I would say that is true. I think 2 out of the 3 times that we hit 113 degrees was in fact in June. Check out Terminal F. That's Terminal F. It's Terminal F. I'll call it from now on Terminal F. Just in case I say the wrong F word. Terminal F. So that Terminal F is, I believe, next year it'll be complete, or is it supposed to be done by the end of this year? I think 2027. And it's, as people have said, it's built modularly. So in like pieces, almost like a puzzle, which is pretty cool. TK, what up? Same with Yuma, 101 degrees today. You know what? It amazes me about Yuma, Arizona, as we check out Volaris here, going back to Mexico. It amazes me that Yuma is able to be like the breadbasket of produce. Lettuce, tomatoes, and then El Centro. It's amazing. Most people don't know that, but lettuce, celery, all those things grown right around Yuma, Arizona with minimal moisture. Same thing with El Centro. You got strawberries, blackberries. It's a pretty amazing thing. Yuma, yeah, is the breadbasket of a lot of our fresh produce. And I swear it is the largest city with the most mobile homes in America. That's may not be true, but it sure seems like it. Yo, what's up, Chase? How's it going, man? I'm doing great, Chase. Thank you for tuning in. Great to have you aboard. Kevin asked, will we ever do another show at San Francisco? Sure. Well, we can do whatever we want. It's just a matter of raising the money for it. Just bit by bit. One of the great ways is joining the Premium Economy membership because it's only 99 cents. It's 99 cents once a month, which is just pennies a day. I'm like a life insurance salesman. Yeah, I would love to get back to San Francisco, Kevin. What I would like to do, Kevin, is drive up the Pacific Coast Highway, ideally in like January, when gas prices aren't ridiculously expensive in California, and then just drive up from San Diego through Los Angeles, up to Monterey, San Francisco, then make my way up maybe to Sacramento and over to Reno, and then maybe to Salt Lake City. Oh, man, Chase, that's a tough one because I never like to see fatalities in aviation. So I think that the initial thought is that's just so bizarre and crazy, and I'm just grateful that the Frontier pilots acted quickly to kill the engine and stop the plane on the runway. Those are my first thoughts because it could have been way, way worse. So it reminds us that you always have to be vigilant, always have to be situationally aware in the airline world and when you're working at an airport, because things can change like that. So I'm just glad that more people weren't injured. Robert Brunn says gas is $8 a gallon in San Francisco. I heard somewhere that Trump today said he was going to suspend the gas tax, the federal gas tax, which I think is like 33 cents. So I guess that's something, but it's not really a lot. We might, Scott Kuiper, we might miss out on Carson City. We might miss out on Carson City. I have actually done the drive, Scott Kuiper, from Reno to Salt Lake City, and let me tell you, it is about as barren and empty as it comes. That is one long drive. If I remember correctly, a little over 500 miles from Reno to Salt Lake City. There you go, Parker. Now we're talking. Now we're talking suspend federal income taxes. That's what we're talking about. Good call. Good call. It's really not a bad idea. I would actually, I would do that. I would suspend federal income taxes for 1 month, say June. Yeah, I would totally do that. All right, Eva Air is making its left base turn, and then we should be going final with the 787-9 Eva Air Flight 50. Before that, we got American 2885 from San Diego and what appears to be American 982 from Denver. And taking off right now is... It won't tell me. DFW 884 to Las Vegas. Our next two departures are American 806 to Santa Ana, California, and American 2373 to Vancouver. Moose Turder, that sounds about right, man. That sounds about right. Never having to hit your brakes, being on cruise control. That is probably an accurate statement. I honestly don't know how I did it. Because, boy, you're just driving and it just doesn't stop. And you really only have, I think, Winnemucca, Elko, and Wendover in between. Very sparse before you get into the Salt Lake metro area. What is up, Rainy Cajun? Well, Robert, if you missed it, I am considering a run for president in 2028. Pip Hastings, presidential candidate in 2028. Just Bean says, have you thought about doing your live stream in vertical mode instead? Yes, we have. And today I was going to do it, but I have one camera today, just Bean. And because we only had one camera, I decided to hook up my shotgun mic on top of my camera. I have one cold shoe mount on the camera. And so today I am on top of the camera. Maybe we'll do it tomorrow when we're at Love Field. You know what? I think we'll do that. We'll try that at Love Field tomorrow. I think we can do that. That's a good suggestion, and I think we'll do it tomorrow. Make sure to charge my batteries on my other cell phone, and we'll do that tomorrow. We'll do both a cell phone horizontal and vertical. So we got all things covered. Yeah, Parker, I'm going to tell you right now, Rainy Cajun, he probably wouldn't subscribe to being an independent. I'll tell you right now. That would be... oh, man. And I'll tell you, if he does run as an independent, that is a true measure of bipartisanship for Rainy Cajun. Brian S. asking the question, if not said already, are you planning to visit the new Dallas observation area? And Brian, the answer is a resounding yes. So that's where I hope we can do our show tomorrow, even though I think the sun might be in our face because it rises from the east unless we're on South Flow tomorrow. Then we'll be good. But long story short, Brian S., we will be scheduled, unless something crazy happens over there, we will be scheduled to broadcast tomorrow from the new observation area at Love Field. That is affirmative. See, Rainy Cajun is scorched earth. And if you're just joining us, thank you so much for tuning in. We are still rocking, folks. We are rocking and rolling. We're hopeful that we can be on just long enough to get the A380 to depart on time and to take off. I don't think I've ever seen an A380 depart on time, but maybe tonight is the night. In the meantime, we do have Eva Air going final, so we'll go ahead and sound the heavy alert. And we are optimistic that we might get a wind change here in the next hour. At least, that's what we're hoping for. And if we do get a wind change, we'll get a flow change, and then the planes will be arriving right beside us. Instead of being on the 3.6s, which is over 2.5 miles away, they will be right up next to us on runway 18 left and 18 right. So thank you, everybody, tuning in, liking, and subscribing. Appreciate all of you. And this is fun for me. This is the first time I've seen Eva Air in person. So that's pretty cool. Here at DFW. Yeah, that's what they're saying. Kevin Kelly says DFW is going to get 2 A380s, and that's what everybody's been saying. So I think it's the end of May, June 1st. It most certainly is some Texas-sized numbers. Rainy Cajun. Now, this is the Boeing livery 787. That's kind of cool. No, it's not the Hello Kitty, but still cool nonetheless. Rainy Cajun. Rainy Cajun's going to be on that 777X like butter on bread, my friend. He's got it right in his backyard in Seattle. All right. She's a beaut. Now, where's Turkish? Some Turkish delight. Is it landing on the east side? No, that's FedEx. Let's see who we got departing here shortly. All right. American 2243 and A321 going to Las Vegas. Then it's CRJ to Laredo. Then it's American 2881 to Chicago O'Hare. And Envoy 3779 to Missoula, Montana. I am very upset, Andrew, that I missed that. I am very upset that I did miss that 777X coming down to Marana. I believe I had to work that day. And that was definitely a downer. So where is the Las Vegas? Las Vegas. Here we go. Yeah, the tough thing, because it's so far away, I would love to get a DSLR with the 150 to 600 lens. I definitely could use one of those. Right now, my camcorder has the equivalent, I think, of about like a 300 millimeter zoom, but it has higher quality image. So we've got that. Again, about 45 minutes left of daylight. I can see my nose starting to get red. It's doing that thing when it goes cherry. Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer is going to be named Pip the Red-Nosed Reindeer. So if I do streaming in the summertime, I'm definitely going to have to get some protection for the nose. One of those like sticky Band-Aid thingies. It's funny because both, and just like the A380 Rainy Cajun, no American airline has ordered the 777X. Guess you could call this good old golden hour right now here. 7:19 at DFW International Airport. Pip's Plane Spotting Live, episode 505. And we're TCB and taking care of business here on a Monday. We did see Royal Jordanian. That is day 2 of Royal Jordanian service to DFW. Because we got rained out yesterday. Roger that, Kevin. On Iberia. Sunscreen is good, but then it drips. But yeah, sunscreen, I could probably do sunscreen for my nose. That would work. Robert Brown, that's a good suggestion. Rapid fires on 3-6, right? Maybe, just maybe, that means getting them out. Fast and Furious will allow us to turn the runways back to the 18s. I've only been asking for it all show. Speaking of sunscreen, I'll be right back. All right, had to get some more water. So under an hour till we see pack up this 747-8. Where is Turkish? Turkish. I thought it was coming earlier. Maybe it's arriving later. Maybe. Oh, okay, it is delayed. 7:49. My bad. Blue Demon Arc. I do remember you. Yep. I sure do. So does Moose Turder. I figured out, so by the way, that building in the background, that is the Hyatt Regency. And I figured out there are certain rooms that you can get on the 10th or 11th floor that have a good facing view of the runway and a balcony if you want to do photography or plane spotting. But there's only certain rooms that can do that. So yeah, I've toyed with the idea one day if we get back to DFW of going up there, staying for a night, and doing a show from the east side. And you probably want to do a show from the east side from about like 1 o'clock to the rest of the evening, because for the first part of the day, the sun is going to be right in your face. That's a good suggestion, Rob. Viking One Aviation. Perhaps a sombrero will be a benefit. Perhaps. Not a bad idea. Again, we'll be on the air tomorrow at 11 o'clock Central Daylight Time to chill with Southwest for a few hours. So, Parker, the rooftop pool is actually, that you bring up a great point. So the Hyatt Regency right there, that is on the Terminal C side of things, and that has some rooms. I don't know does it have a pool? I don't know, but I will tell you 100% what does have a pool is the Grand Hyatt, which is right there. So that is the Grand Hyatt. That's just outside of Terminal D, and there is in fact a rooftop pool at that hotel. 100% that I know. I remember you, Blue Demon Arc. $236 likes. Thank you so much, everybody, for tuning in. You did, Blue Demon Arc. The A380 is, in fact, heading to Sydney. NBC Punk says, howdy, Pip, my Tucson brother. Indeed. In fact, I'm headed back to Tucson tomorrow night. Well, thanks, Blue Demon Arc. It was nice to meet you, too. Always nice meeting people. Ah, yes, of course, the 100-degree temperatures I've been so much looking forward to, NBC Punk. Listen, here's the deal about Tucson. We had a horrible March, an awesome April, so I said in my prayers, I said, God, you can burn my face off now. We had a great April. You can commence with facial melting. And, you know, so I'm ready for it. I'm ready for the heat. And such is life. Next time I'm going to wear the hood, though. Get a little neck burn. It's good. Very well could be, yes. Very well could be my fault. My fault for the hot weather in Tucson. However, climate temperatures or historical temperatures will say otherwise. So, I don't know if you can blame me entirely. I guess, yeah, I'll take partial blame. Well, you know where we're going to broadcast it tomorrow, Blue Demon Arc, so we'll see you tomorrow. Yep, we'll be at Southwest. See, I did it again. At Dallas Love Field. Yeah, I'm definitely going to have a little sun neck burn. Got to get the lotion on there. Oh, you know what's funny? So, when I got back to DFW and saw some friends at church, they're like, you definitely look darker. I was like, yeah, Tucson definitely burns it. Sounds good, NBC Punk. Yes, keep those F-16s rolling. Although it is kind of sad that people, no disrespect to the F-16s, predominantly prefer, Tyson, no caps, please. They prefer right now 70% 747, 187 votes. Put the lotion in the basket. Dude says it puts lotion on the skin. What's up, dude pilot? Rapid fire departures. Thank you, Blue Demon Arc. You already said that. You're okay. We welcome you most heartily. Rob says it was 100 degrees in Sydney in Australia, and I was worried, but it rained and cooled down when I went in March. Oh, in March? Rob, I was thinking about doing a tour of Australia in the middle of July because in Australia it's the winter time, and that would just be quite lovely. Thank you, Kevin. Oh, I'm starting to feel a little bit of south winds, Parker. Hey, we got a 757, and then we have Iberia making a west side appearance. So we'll go ahead and sound the heavy alert for that beauty. It is nice to see British Airways back, though. I do love the nightfall at DFW. So Iberia will be making an appearance, which is awesome. Oh, I'm going to catch this. Sorry, Kevin. But we got U.S. Airways taking off the A321 Classic. Ah, that is fantastic, Parker. I'm glad. I'm glad you've been on the phone with Delkus. Pete Delkus, local meteorologist, is doing what he can to change the winds for us. I appreciate that, Parker. That is definitely appreciated. And there's the 757, flying pencil. Omaha! No, Peyton. Easy there.
How's your mother, by the way?
Well, you know, that's funny you should say that, Harry, because I was here flying. She's doing great. I flew here just for Mother's Day. So that's most appropriate that you ask. It is the U. The U is the capital. Iberia is next to arrive. Sweetness, and it's still daylight. Thanks so much, everybody, tuning in, liking, and subscribing. The Spanish airline and One World partner. Sun glistening during golden hour. One thing I've learned, Tucson, less grass equals less bugs. So that is a bonus being in Tucson. Less grass, less bugs. Right now, 70% of you say you would rather have a 747 daily instead of an F-16 daily. That's pretty dominant performance there. Southpaw is not going to be happy. So... Excuse me, I swallowed a fly. Flying pencil in the house. Wonder where Turkish is. Is Turkish making its base? I have to look that up. Batman was a good one. Don't pick Southpaw as a running mate. He loses poles. Ouch. Tough crowd. Dang, man. Just throw him, you know? Wait, I think I see Turkish. Maybe? Yep, there it is. Okay, it's crossing right all over us right now as we speak. Oh, and you know what? Let's see if I can zoom in. I never usually can, but it might be low enough to... Never good at these. Oh, it went behind the cloud. Dang it. Well, Turkish is heading our way. That is a good sign. Runway 36 left. So busy tonight, I don't know if I'll have time to eat dinner. All right, Blue Demon Arc, have a great night. Triple 7 out of maintenance. Yeah, Parker, everything does seem to be behind schedule today. Quite the opposite of, well, except Qatar when we started the show. That was 90 minutes early. Lots of flies. Got to make sure to, if I start broadcast here again, get a lot of the mosquito repellent. Plane spotter's worst enemy. Life begins at 40. Oh, that's a good one. Probably the sun. I was going to say police, but probably the sun, because that can heat up your equipment real quick. And it's uncomfortable. And you get sunburn from it. Like, if you are in the cold, you can bundle up. You can't take off your clothes in the summer. That just won't work. So I guess Iberia's going to hang out for a little bit. Thank you, Kevin Kelly. I don't think UPS is going to be on time because they still have the cargo door open and it's 15 minutes till push. So they better hurry up.
American 24 62 is 9
Nashville's the plane spotters were sending me. Yeah. Poor Nashville got rid of the viewing air. They've closed it off permanently. And that was a recent development, like in the last week and a half, 2 weeks. But they will carry on. They always do. But I have a letter written to the Nashville CEO. So British will probably take off on the east side. Yeah, I'm thinking the next time I'm here, I'm definitely going to see if I can get a room on the 10th or 11th floor of the Hyatt Regency on the east side. That would be good for an afternoon and evening broadcast. Oh, look at that. Allegheny Retro in the distance. If you're just joining us, welcome into Pips Plane Spotting Live. Thank you for joining us. Don't forget to like and subscribe. Glad to have you on board. Almost to 4 hours broadcasting. That's pretty great. They do have a cell phone lot, Mattman. Not a bad place to spot. And they say you can join the passport program and spot from the terminal if you get 24 hours advance notice. Gotta throw some of my trash away. Famous last words. You know, one day, Mattman, one day, I'm just gonna like knock on everybody's door. It was like something like that. UPS headed our way from El Paso. I see that, Kevin. Got UPS and Turkish back to back, so we get a double heavy alert. The second and third aircraft, so UPS and Turkish double heavy alert. No, not that.
I could have used a little more cowbell.
I just felt like using that. Hanging out till it gets an open gate. Turkish is probably going to have that problem too.
Galaxy 3, 2 cross, main reaching, running
FedEx 757 coming in around 9:30 from Alliance. Hopefully they have enough fuel to make it. Alliance, by the way, for you new viewers or viewers who aren't familiar, is about 20, I don't know, 25, what would you say, 20 miles away? If that. Here's our 767. "15 nautical miles," Parker says, for good old Alliance. Robert Brunn says it is a 10-minute flight. David Newmeyer says, good evening from Tempe, where it's currently 104 degrees. So that 767 is going to head over our way. Our 747, by the way, here at UPS Miniport still has not closed up the cargo door. I think they're getting close, but we'll probably be a little delayed heading out to Louisville tonight. There is Turkish Delight, Turkish Airlines, landing 36 left from Turkey. I think it's interesting. We have Turkish like twice a day, a few days a week. The runways are about 13,400 feet long. Ryan says his DC flight's about to take off. Thank you for the alert on that, Ryan. Let's take a look at that, Ryan. DFW to Harrisburg, DFW to London, DFW to Washington. American 2856 looks like it's headed towards that runway. Is that your flight? 2856 going to Washington Dulles, Ryan? The humidity, it's kind of humid right now. It's not horrible, David. It was worse earlier in the day, and yesterday it was raining. There were storms. So it's definitely not Tempe dry, I'll tell you that much. But, or Tucson dry for that matter. But it's not too bad. So welcome in, everybody. Liking and subscribing. Okay. All right. We'll see if we can catch it for you, Ryan. Yeah, not like Tempe in the middle. Yeah, I heard it was 106, 105. I did hear that, so. So that's 767 in from El Paso. Again, we're going to be on the air tomorrow, 11 a.m. Central Daylight Time. Hopefully, we'll get some of our British friends to tune in. Josh says, good afternoon from Hawaii. Aloha, Josh. Nah, I'll stay at the 7. Sorry. No, I'll stay here. I'll cargo pod for the UPS. It's kind of interesting. They don't kill the engine to save fuel. Just my 2 cents. Turkish might go hanging out with Iberia. It's so fun to see all the different airlines. So when I first got to DFW, there was, and that was in 2017, there were the following airlines that flew to DFW. British, Japan. No, I'll start in the morning. Japan, Korean, Emirates, Qatar. And then you got to the afternoon, Qantas, British Airways, Lufthansa. And that was it, I think. Yeah. Oh, and Etihad. But then Etihad left. But that was it. There was no Iberia. There was no Turkish, no Eva Air, Fiji, no Finnair, no Cathay Pacific. So it's been a long time coming. And so there's a lot more variety. Josh says, how have you been? Sorry I haven't been able to get much, but glad to see you're still streaming. Great to be. Thank you, Josh. Great to have you. I am hanging in there. I'll be honest, I might have some extremely big news for the channel in the next week or two. And it may or may not happen. So stay tuned. It's a big deal. But I gotta connect the dots. But it will be a massive deal. Probably the biggest announcement we've ever had on the channel since maybe starting broadcasting at San Diego. Ryan, I think this is your plane going to Dulles. Am I right? Yes, Brent Mazer, the official announcement as Pip running for president. Actually, that would be, I'll tell you what, Brent Mazer, that would give us a leg up on the competition. The competition is, they were part of my inner circle when we had a powwow at Camp David. Yes, I am putting this. That's right, Matthew Chesterton will be putting in for Delta Station Manager at JFK. Actually, you know what? I'll just check to see if that's... I'll tell you what, Matthew. I will apply for that or Assistant Station Manager just for you if I see an opening. So we did catch the Dulles. I know, Josh. You know, this was top secret. This was top secret. The only reason Rainy Cajun and Matman knew is because they were moderators. Diane says, greetings all, best wishes from Queensland, Australia. Diane, good day to you. So yeah, we were able to, that 737 there, Ryan, we could see it take off. Actually, you know what? I'm going to ask Mattman the question. Mattman, is this, if this happens, is this a bigger announcement than when we announced that we were broadcasting from San Diego? You'll spill the beans for a peanut butter and jelly sandwich. I could use I'll spill the beans for a bottle of water, man. Thank you, everybody tuning in. Thank you for letting us know where you're watching from, and thank you for hitting that likes button. But yeah, I think this would be pretty big news. If it happens, at this point, it's kind of like a job interview. You don't know for sure. So you just have to kind of wait. Hey, all right. Look at this. How about getting done? UPS, on-time pushback, 8:02. Flexion, what's going on? You know what, Danielle? You've given me an idea. I will start to help support the channel. I will also be selling snacks. I'll have my little snack stand here. That's not a bad idea. That could do all right. So Qatar is taxiing down to, I think, the runway 36. Wait for it. Let me confirm that. Yes, we're going to have Qatar take off here from the west side. Excellent. 737, 777-200A. And meanwhile, we might get this UPS take off on the east side or the west side. That's a 50-50 proposition. Well, Flexion, thank you for tuning in, being a part of the action. Definitely helps the channel. Flexion says, is DFW the biggest airport in Texas? The answer is yes. DFW is the third busiest in the world as far as total land. I think it's number 2 in the United States, and I think number 3 in the entire world. So it's number 3 at a lot of things. Yeah, it's great. Diane, it is great to have the Qantas A380 back. When I first moved to Dallas in 2017, that was one of my favorites. And also, back in 2017, British Airways flew the 747-400. Most people don't know that. But British Airways flew the 747-400, and Qantas flew the A380. Parker points out that the total land mass is bigger than Manhattan. Again, we'll be broadcasting from Dallas Love Field tomorrow to check out the new spotters area. Qatar is ready to take off. We'll go ahead and sound the heavy alert, folks. We get a 777 coming our way. It has been a while since, I have to say, it is kind of nice sounding the heavy alert a little more. As much as I love my Tucson Vipers, there is something nice about having a good amount of heavies rolling our way. They sure did. That's right, Andrew. The British Airways used to fly the 747 to Phoenix as well. And then COVID happened. Is correct. What's up, Hans? How's it going, Hans? Haven't seen you in a bit. Hope you're doing well. How's Norway? So things are heating up here in the 8 o'clock hour. Back to a lot of action. There goes our 747 taxiing out. The question is, will it be a west side departure or an east side? It is going to Louisville. And going back to Louisville, so we'll see. So we'll watch it closely. JP Mack has upgraded his membership and joined from Exit Road. JP Mack, thank you for your support.
Might want to think about dropping him a thank you note.
Thank you very much, JP. We will be here hopefully for another few hours to see the A380 take off. It does usually go east, unfortunately. Parker, but maybe we can make a call. I wonder if they'll hang. Here's an interesting thought, Parker. It is now 8 o'clock. I wonder for the UPS if they will switch runways now. Awesome, JP. Thank you for the support. There's no Emirates A380 that flies here, although when Emirates started service, there was. So I wonder if they'll hold this guy for a few minutes to switch the runways. No problems, JP Mac. I know you're really excited about the U.S. trip. No problem. I know you're really excited. Hopefully I'll have a trip or two. I wonder. It does not, Josh Kohlenberg. It does not actually have to do with an interview. I will say that. Could it be a promotion? Could it be a change? It is not an interview. So, Fluxion, earlier today we had 5 special liveries. We had the Frontier Greenest Airline. We had Allegheny, America West, U.S. Airways, Reno Air. What else? Did we have any other special ones? Josh, they've already started flying those for test, and somebody said they even started doing a revenue run last night to Los Angeles. I don't know if that's true or not. But I'll tell you what, Josh, I have been trying to get in touch with our friends in Memphis to see if we could broadcast there again. That was a lot of fun. Fluxion, they sure did. Just American Airlines has heritage liveries from all the airlines they've basically merged with or bought. Yeah, Penn, the Eva Air 787 livery. That is correct. I think they just gave UPS the go-ahead to cross the bridge, sadly. But Parker was spot on. That's right, JP. JP Mac, how did you know? I must have included you on our insider emails. Yes, we're buying Spirit's airplanes and rebranding as Pip Air. Actually, for those who followed the channel for a long time, we do have a quote-unquote idea for an airline and an airline name. Our friend First Officer Mark came up with the idea. Our airline is going to be called Flydaho, and it was going to be based in Idaho. Yeah, so he's going to be crossing the bridge here. The Queen is going to be crossing the bridge. Uncle Plane Guy says, are you going to be at Love Field viewing area tomorrow? I sure am. That is affirmative. It'll be my first time being there. Yeah, I tell you, that is literally the number one question people have been asking the last week about DFW. Will you be at the viewing area? So a lot of people highly recommending it. So I will see if it is cool. That would be a pretty awesome announcement. That would be a pretty awesome, Matthew Chesterton, to find a replacement for the 737, or Boeing starts production of the 797 that's been much talked about but never done. You know, it's always cool. While I would take the 747 over the A380, whenever you're an A380 pilot, you always get the right of way because you can't taxi unless you have enough clearance. So the rest of the aircraft have to stop for you, which is pretty cool. Also, a lot of taxi time, but that's right, man. Rainy Cajun could not pull an all-nighter. And honestly, it really wasn't that bad. It was like 40 degrees, upper 30s. And it really wasn't that bad. So big thank you to Memphis Shelby County Airport Authority and our friend Glenn down there. I think, keyword, I think we may have enough battery power to make it to the A380 departure, if it departs on time. That is the key. Speaking of which, I'm going to grab another battery for the camera. And then I have to charge the battery super quick for tomorrow. We will watch. We will watch. I tend to think Parker's right, because if this 767, if the 747 was going to depart on the west side, it would taxi down the west side of the airport, and then only have to cross runway 36 left instead of both 36 left and 36 right. I do see the 757 pushing back here. There we go. Going to Ontario, California. A lot of people have requested Ontario, which would be a lot of fun. I would like to hit Louisville just because I have some friends who are only 70 miles away in Columbus, and then more friends who are in Indianapolis. So I definitely would like to hit Louisville first. An edit of me? I don't know. Sure, Blue Demon Arc. I'm not that good looking, but I would need a lot of editing. Bull Timothy, what's going on? Good day to you. Yeah, it is an interesting poll. Southpaw is very upset about it. 70% of you would prefer one Queen per day versus one F-16 per day. It's an interesting question because I've been fortunate enough to live in Tucson where we get the F-16s flying on a daily basis. But I definitely have missed not having a 747 or any heavy activity. I mean, Phoenix, if they still had the British Airways 747-400, that would take a little bit of the what would you call it? The longing for a 747. But now they just fly the A350-1000, which, to be honest, British Airways colors look really good on the A350. Let's just show you an update of where the Queen is. So it keeps going. There are 2 aircraft bridges. There's actually, technically, there's 4 aircraft bridges. There are 2 here on the north side and then 2 on the south side. So aircraft can cross on both sides, on the north side and the south side, to get to their runway faster or to get to their gate faster. So there's technically 4 bridges, but there's 2 sets. I could catch you out the Aer Lingus A321XLR in Indianapolis. If you're just joining us, don't forget to hit that like button. Thank you so much for being a part of the action. We're still going, man. We started right around 4 o'clock. Sure, Blue Demon Arc. Of course. Yes, there is most definitely a lot of action in Indianapolis for FedEx, and Cargolux flies in there. Of course, you got 747s flying into Cincinnati, too. Where is our 747? Oh, there it is. Looks pretty far down there. We might get lucky. Parker must have... Maybe. We'll see. Parker might have made a call. Parker might have made a call. Thank you for the likes update, Matt Man. Thank you, everybody, liking and subscribing. Yeah, this definitely looks promising. You know what I don't? What I was going to say is, I don't smell marijuana because marijuana is not legal here in Texas. We do smell it quite a bit in Arizona, though. Delcus owes me money. And rightly so, Parker. I'll tell you what, Parker, I was joking with a friend, flight dispatcher friend, and I said, you know, I'm trying to get him to do storm chasing with me if I ever get back to DFW during the springtime. But we only do it around DFW, like 90 miles east, west, north, and south. We're not going to, like... nor do we have the clout of like a Tim Reeder or a Storm something. So, but 90 miles within my house, like 90 miles to the east, west, north, and south. I think that covers it because It seems like Tyler gets a lot of tornadoes. And then to the south, that covers Waco. To the west, Weatherford. And in Mineral Wells, I think they just had a tornado like 2 weeks ago. All I can hope is that my flight to Tucson gets in early tomorrow. There's not a huge headwind. I wonder what Atlas is doing. So our Atlas that came in earlier around Miami in the 5 o'clock hour, I wonder if they're departing tonight or if they're going to hang out tonight and then depart in the morning. So not entirely sure. Uh-oh. I just saw the nose wheel lights come on. It might be time for a heavy alert. I'll give a bit extra run just for being nice. All right. We're lucky tonight. Hashtag grateful. You know what we're going to do? We're going to do this.
This bud's for you.
There you go, UPS. Harry Carey giving you a shout out. Harry Carey always bringing the class of the broadcast up. And again, I apologize. We're not doing Name That Airplane tonight or tomorrow. I haven't had time to get new sounds in there, so I apologize. But we will play it on our next show. 100%. So my apologies. Uncle Plane Guy says that Atlas Air 745 or 747-8 shows an 8:45 departure to Seoul, South Korea. Thank you very much, Uncle Plane Guy. Everybody's just kind of waiting for it to take off. There's a hush over the crowd. It's like I'm Jim Nance. We're looking currently at runway 36 right. UPS 747-8 waiting to take off. Here we go. It's a light one. There it goes. Adios. All right. Delcus owes Parker money. Win-win situation. Golf clap. Yeah, very much a golf clap. Thank you, Matt, Good call. All right. We're doing it. That flight headed off to SDF, Louisville. I want to look to see the flag here on the north side is barely blowing. It's blowing more on the south side, which is interesting, as you can see there. Our next departures will be Envoy 3551 from Fargo to Fargo, Alaska 317 to Seattle, American 128, I believe is going to Shanghai, China, and American 1771. Well, if a taxi's on over, Uncle Plane Guy, we'll make sure to get you some prop action there, the Martin Air. I mean, I could give you lots of prop action at Tucson. There's a lot of activity. Isn't it interesting that they don't? Life begins at 40? That is interesting. If you're just joining us, welcome into Pip's Plane Spotting Live. Thank you for the support, the kindness of everybody. And thank you for joining us. We'll be on the air hopefully till around 11 o'clock, which, for those who aren't familiar with our time, is another 2.5 hours unless something happens. So... Another 767 coming in to mini port here. Going to Fargo, that 175. Thank you, Uncle Plane Guy. Man, now that the 747's gone, there's so much space on the UPS ramp. There goes UPS 757. Rocket ship. Rocket ship. I'll ask you later. Oh, there's your... as promised, there is your 208. That'll be great for you, Matthew Breckshot. Yes, they are a One World member, and Hawaiian Airlines just joined as well, Mattman. In fact, the Mattman thing, the Star Alliance, not Star Alliance, One World was much more recent for Hawaiian. Alaska had been a member for a couple years, I think, now. Hawaiian was much more recent. Looks like a CRJ taking off. Still going with North Flow. Well, I tell you what would be frustrating, Parker, is the A380 taking off on this side, and like right before they, instead of doing 3-6 right, they switch it to 18 left. Because then it would fly right over our heads. That's just my 2 cents. SkyWest here flying for American Eagle, I believe, in SkyWest colors. Thank you. Love it. I'm a celebrity. So Terminal F there, or Terminal F, as we like to call it, under construction with a 2027 initial, I think, when it opens. Roger that, Uncle Plane Guy. Thank you. See, there's never a break in the action, so you can't, it's very difficult to do a flow change. It's not like they can just snap their fingers and switch runways. Like Tucson, it's not a problem. I mean, even during the lunch hour when there's like 5 or 6 arrivals, it's not a problem. But third busiest airport in the world might be a little bit of a challenge. Mattman says, wasn't there talk of WestJet coming One World? I think it's more so Sky Team. More of a Sky Team thing, Mattman. Not so much One World. You might be thinking of Porter. Porter started I think it was a code share with Americans. Porter might be jumping on Canada, on the One World Canada bandwagon. But yeah, WestJet I think is very much leaning towards Sky Team. Well, there is the Rome departure. There's our Roma departure. So Parker, I've thought about this, and I got to give the edge to Tokyo. Even though the food I think would be better in Rome, I think Tokyo would be a little bit nicer and cleaner. Just my thoughts. Stinky. I'm gonna have to take a shower. So life begins at 40 asked, what is the biggest enemy to plane spotting? And I said the sun. Parker said Nashville International Airport because they shut down the plane spotting area. But I would say the sun and the heat. Like, I don't mind standing out in the cold for 6-7 hours as long as I have enough layers. In Anchorage, I was fine. My toes got cold, but other than that, I was fine. When we were in Memphis in December, totally fine. So I would say probably the sun or heat. And police, maybe police. Yeah, that would. Yeah, Tokyo wow factor for sure. Thank you, Matt, man. Man, we still got light. It's on the other side of 9 o'clock or 8 o'clock here. We're almost to 9 and it's still light out. This is definitely weird for me. I'm like, wow, this is really bright. Andrew says, I lost weight on my Japanese vacation and ate everything I wanted to. Japan is the perfect mix of walking, railing, and eating. Their hobbyists operate at a whole nother level. It's a society of crafts. Very true. You know, Andrew, our friend and channel moderator, Rainy Cajun, has told me at least on 3 separate occasions to move to Japan and broadcast from Japan. That is a true statement. It's almost like the sky's on fire, but the sun is down already. So very cool stuff, folks. That would be interesting if, they would bring back, or maybe Air France would fly to Indianapolis. That might make sense. Air France flying to Indianapolis because Cincinnati doesn't have Air France, nor does Columbus. Chicago does, of course. But I could see that potentially. Alrighty, we're going on. We got another 747. As was mentioned earlier, taxiing out from the cargo area, headed to Seoul, a 747-8. Jonathan Bilbao, bienvenidos. Welcome and good evening. How's everything? Let me see everything else here. Okay, we're good there. All right. Red sky at night is a sailor's delight. I hadn't heard that, Parker, but that makes complete sense. Take a look at your cargo bays of your local UPS mini port. I've seen a couple times, I've seen 3 747s here. Or maybe it's 2. No? 3? I think they can only fit 2 at once. But Kevin Kelly, you tell me. I know I've seen 2 for sure. Please remember, if you can, to tune in tomorrow if you have time for a little lunchtime action at Love Field in the new spotting park. We are scheduled to start at 11. Depending how much sleep I get, I might move that back or forward. What is up, Jacob the guy? Good evening to you. Welcome in. And Jacob the guy, we did get video of Royal Jordanian today, so that was good. We got some nice Royal Jordanian. They flew the old livery today, which is kind of cool. And Uncle Plane Guy says we get a 747 taxiing. If it is taxiing, we should see it here in just a minute, coming out by behind that fence there. That would be pretty great, Matthew Breckshot. If they send a special livery. Pretty doggone great. Looks like a 175, and it is. Oh, no worries, Jacob. That'd be cool if you could sneak in the stream while at school. That'd be pretty rad. Sweet, dude. Yeah, I'm excited to see the new Spotters Park. Everybody's like, it's pretty great. I'm like, I don't know. I just see it. I've seen photos, I've seen video, but I haven't seen it in person. Thanks again to Connor for saying hi. It was nice to meet him. And the pilot who flies the Embraer Phenom, thank you as well. The Masked Flocker making an appearance. Your voice matches the animated you. Well, thank you. Thank you for being a member for a year of First Class Premier, and thank you for saying my voice matches my cartoon character.
Might want to think about dropping him a thank you note.
Well, we'll see if we can get that cartoon into production then, Masked Flocker. That would be cool. That would be cool. I don't see the 747 just yet, but it is probably starting up its engines. So as soon as I do, we'll put the camera over there. That'll be our third 747 of the day. Yeah, that is accurate. Of the broadcast, I do want to highlight your attention again. So there are 2 hotels on the airport property. There is a Hyatt Regency, which is outside of Terminal C, and then this property, which is the Grand Hyatt. And the Grand Hyatt, that white building above Terminal D, has a hotel pool on the rooftop and a little area. So if you ever stay there, you might be able to get some sweet shots. Oh, is it taxiing down the runway? That could be why I can't see it, because it's taxiing on the Far East taxiway. Parker asked a great question. How many airports have multiple towers? Well, there's Chicago, for sure. There's DFW, for sure. I think LAX has 2 towers, an east and a west side. Yeah, that sounds right. I believe JFK's is all one tower. Denver, I believe, has multiple towers. The ATL, I don't know about that. If we're just talking about multiple physical towers, yeah. LAX maybe not. They may just have separate frequencies. O'Hare 100% has multiple towers. 100%. In fact, I think they have, and Matt Man, you might know this better than me, but I think there are actually 3 towers at O'Hare. All right, have a good night, Kevin. It makes me think, Parker, that's an excellent question. First question that I'd like to know is, does LAX just have multiple frequencies or multiple towers? But yeah, DFW, O'Hare, almost certain Denver does. Or I could be wrong. I think so. So to answer your question, DFW and O'Hare for sure. Maybe Denver and LAX. And then I'm trying to think, are there any others? I really can't think of any others that have multiple towers. Got 4 aircraft in the frame there. Oh, here we go. Didn't even see it. My bad. It just snuck on down to the runway. I didn't even catch it. I saw this large white object coming towards me at a very high speed. Interesting, Parker. Mattman says, 4 at Chicago, 3 functional. Orlando has a virtual ramp tower. We know Phoenix has ramp towers. Parker says, I've been to Denver in the past month. Should have investigated. We'll have to investigate. We could get our friend Tim Arnold to go investigate. He's got a car. He can investigate. According to Google, LAX has 1 tower and 1 auxiliary ramp tower. Thank you very much, Mama Pip. So LAX has 1 tower and 1 auxiliary ramp tower. Okay. So LAX only does have 1. Tim Arnold saying, I was trying to look at the frequencies of Denver, but it's saying that Denver isn't covered by liveatc.net. Central Texas Quadcopter says Denver does, in fact, have 2 towers. Yeah, and you would think, so thinking about it, common sense, you would think that Denver has 2 towers based on how much land it covers. Yeah, they're still on North Flow, Kevin. I'm telling you, man. Parker lost $20, gave it to Pete Delkus, the local weatherman, and we lucked out. We didn't get luck. So Parker's out $20. There you go, Uncle Plane Guy. Some Martin Air prop action. The Cessna Caravan Cargo Master. Oh, you know what? Speaking of Cargo Master, I had discussed that if we were to ever hit 1 million subscribers, we were going to buy a a jet for the channel. And if every subscriber contributed like $1, that would give us $3 million, and then I would contribute the last $1 million. So I did some research, and I narrowed it down to 2 aircraft, because we're going to be like around $4 million. And I decided... Thanks for nothing, Delkus. I decided it's going to be down to the Cirrus Caravan. Not the Cirrus Caravan, sorry. The Cessna Caravan or the Cirrus Vision Jet. So those are my final 2 choices because both of those came under the $4 million price tag for a brand new jet. So we can either go with capacity so we can fly more people, more subscribers, or we can go with less subscribers, faster to get there. So I guess that'll be our poll question tomorrow is which aircraft should we buy? Should we buy, when we hit 1 million subscribers, the Cessna Caravan or the Cirrus G2 Vision Jet? How much from each subscriber to start Flydaho? You know, Kevin, for Flydaho, since I'm thinking it's going to be a regional airline, we probably need at least $10 from every subscriber. Maybe 5, but ideally 10. $100 million would give us a good start. So I'm thinking $10, Kevin. Really, you need, and if you're going to do like a main line like Breeze, you probably need at least $200 million. So that's why airlines are the worst investment ever, because it takes so much to start. Miles says hello. Hey Pip, did you ever join Brian's show at Cherry Point? I did. I was texting him actually, Miles. Mattman says there are 2 Spirit aircraft still at Chicago O'Hare on the west de-icing ramp. You know, maybe I'll just do a quick drive-by next week and do a live show from Marana in the morning. And you guys can maybe see all the Spirit aircraft are there. Maybe that's what we should do. In the morning, before it gets too hot, drive up to Marana. And people always wonder what it looks like. Well, you can't really see a whole lot from outside the fence, especially now that the company called Ascent Aviation has built 2 gigantic hangars to do retrofits on 777s, cargo retrofits. So there are 2 giant hangars in the middle of the sky. Steven says, hey Pip, Bentley the cat says hello. He's watching at the foot of the bed. I guess he likes the lights. Hey, it's a beautiful place at night, is the airport for sure. Steven, how are you? And Steven, I was actually looking at Cherry Capital Airport to see what was seasonal flights. I think they even get JetBlue up there, if I remember correctly. So I was doing a little research, Steven. Up there in Old Traverse City. Oh, there is a Breeze E190 coming into Tucson tomorrow. Sweet. Okay, so Steven confirming JetBlue does fly into Traverse City during the summer. Thank you, Steven. Oh, looks like we got another Martin Air Cargo caravan coming inbound. Breeze, yes, they sure do. They're using the E190s for charter operations, Kevin. They still use those E190s for charter. And you know what? If these are the E190 and 195s that they have leased, they're making tons of money. And here's why. Breeze, when they first started, they did fly the E90 and 195, but as I understand it, they leased the 190s and 195s, and they only were charged for the hours that they flew. So they didn't get necessarily charged for just sitting there. So they only got charged for the time that they were in the air. So the long and short of that, and my point behind that is, you're only making money, they're only making money when you're making money. So when they lease those 190s and 195s, they lease those they only pay for what they fly, which is kind of cool. So whenever they do a charter, and it makes total sense, because whenever they do a charter, then they're charged by the leasing company for their time, as opposed to being charged the entire time. So whenever those planes are in the air, they're making money, and a good amount of money, because if they're doing charters, there's a good amount of money, because they will probably have a minimum guarantee that they are paid for those flight hours. But just a little insight there. Oh, is it a Tucson? A220 going to Breeze? Going to Tucson tomorrow? So the Breeze, Kevin, they didn't. Yes, the original. All right, and here's where it gets a little cloudy. So don't quote. You can quote me on the first part, but don't quote me on this. As I understand it, Breeze outright bought those aircraft, the 220s, not the 190s. They bought the 220s, and then they sold them. Follow me on this one. Then they sold them to a leasing company, because the leasing company is going to own them and then cover the insurance, maintenance, and things like that. And then Breeze just covers a portion. I shouldn't say maintenance, but so if Breeze is still doing that deal with the leasing company for the 190s, they're doing all right. I mean, and it makes sense. If you can get a deal where you're only being charged for what you fly, then it's a pretty good deal. But yeah, as I understand it, they bought the A220s, then they sold it to a leasing company, because then your tax, it has to do with taxes, as I understand it. Oh, nice, Steven. You have Breeze at Daytona Beach, one of the two main local airports. Excellent. Excellent, excellent. And I think I've mentioned this before, Steven, but I actually worked from Breeze. I wasn't there right at the beginning, but probably within the first year, I got hired on to work at Breeze. In fact, they started commercial service in May of 2021, and I started working there in July of 2021. So at the time, we were in an old hangar in Long Island, New York. Well, okay, so Kevin, what I'll say is like, so if you sell, so you buy the aircraft as an asset, then you sell it to the leasing company, then it becomes, and then you lease it from them, then it can be, I think, a depreciable asset. So you don't pay the same amount. Again, it's a tax thing. Plus, if you are leasing an aircraft, you aren't sharing the full burden of the insurance cost and a lot of the costs that are associated with it. I'm not an expert on it, but a lot of airlines lease their aircraft, and so there's a good reason why. I mean, Spirit leased most of their aircraft, and unfortunately, obviously, it didn't work out for them, but, you know, I'm not an attorney, I'm not a tax attorney, I'm not an accountant. So I'm not going to pretend to say what I know is correct, just things that I've heard that make sense. Yep, Islip, New York, Brian S. I lived in Islip for 3 months from about July 4th to October 4th. Steven says, I wish that Breeze would have direct flights to Detroit or Chicago. That would be great. That would be. But remember, the premise behind Breeze Airways is to fly to the less served airports. I mean, for example, I don't know, do they fly to Traverse City? They might, but they fly from Springfield, Illinois, and cities like Evansville, Indiana, and smaller cities, the Tri-Cities in Tennessee and Kentucky and Tennessee and North Carolina. So they fly to a lot of the smaller airports because they don't have competition. So they can focus not so much on the competition, but set the price and at the same time provide a service to the community. Oh, you grew up in Smithtown, Long Island? Nice, Brian. I have no idea. Parker asked a good question. Whoops, there goes the battery. Quick switcheroo, stand by. I have no idea on the McKinney. It would make sense, Parker, for Breeze to come to McKinney. The question is, will they? I don't know if Avelo's a done deal to come to McKinney because they're trying to restructure everything. I know they've had a little bit of a struggle, so I don't know if they're going to even come to McKinney. So if I were Breeze, and here's what I will tell you, I think it would be a great, great fit. But we'll see if they do it. In fact, if I started an airline, Parker, I would probably start at McKinney. I absolutely would start at McKinney. So I don't know. I think I may have said in passing to maybe like one or two people when I worked there that McKinney would be a great airport, but nothing I ever said in an email or whatnot. Yeah, and maybe they don't, and maybe Breeze doesn't even go anywhere in Michigan is what I'm thinking. Steven. Uncle Plane Guy says Indianapolis getting Avelo. I would put money on Avelo being gone from Indianapolis in a year. That's just my... That's just my 2 cents. Now, you know, if people want to fly to New Haven, Connecticut, or from New Haven, Connecticut, Lakeland, Florida, they might do. You know what? Indianapolis might work because if they do Indianapolis to Lakeland, that makes a lot of sense. Because Lakeland's like 35 minutes from the west coast of Florida, 45 minutes. Good question. Ah, there we go. Matthew Breckshot did some research, and Breeze Airways flies to Lansing, Michigan. Thank you, Matthew. On Valaris. Adios, amigo. It sure doesn't feel like 9 o'clock. Maybe I had my Red Bull. Concord, North Carolina, which is outside of Charlotte. I don't know. I really don't know, Uncle Plane Guy. That one, that's an interesting one. Stephen Lycan says, headed to TVC next Wednesday. Will be great to get back to Michigan. Excellent. You know, Tim Arnold, I would love to see Breeze in Tucson. I would absolutely love to see Breeze in Tucson. I would think it would make all the sense in the world. But I don't know, you know, airlines have certain requirements. Airports have certain requirements. It takes two to tango. And, yeah, so Tim, I think Breeze would make a ton of sense for Tucson, especially considering that Tucson doesn't currently have a direct flight beyond Atlanta. That is the furthest they fly. They don't go anywhere on the northeast coast. I guess I should give you more aircraft identification, but I enjoyed talking the shop. Geography's my name and routes are my game. I am, Kevin. I am 100% Kevin Stanhope. You thinking Tucson to Providence or Tucson to Bradley? I sure am. That might be a little too long, but maybe for sure. And then maybe Tucson to Charleston. Tucson to Charleston might make a lot of sense. Tucson to maybe Norfolk. I would say Tucson to Charleston would make more sense. But yeah, Bradley and Providence could definitely work. I think more so Providence. Yeah. Good reading of the minds there, Kevin Stanhope. Good reading of the minds. So, Tim, you know what I'm going to do for you, Tim Arnold? When I get back to work, I am going to write an email saying, I think you guys should work on getting Breeze to Tucson. Thank you. Sincerely, one of your employees, Pip Hastings. I'm sure they'll get right back to me on that. Got a little break in the departure action. American 128 still hanging down there. I guess that is a parked plane, or it's burning off fuel, or it's waiting to fly to China. All of those could be correct, or it could just be a flight radar error. But we are hanging out here until 11 o'clock when we hope that we see an on-time departure from the A380. So at 10:55, it is 10:50 is Eva Air, 10:55 is Cathay Pacific, Qantas is 10:55, and Amman, Jordan is 10:55. So, hopefully, we'll get them on time and out of here. Well, maybe they'll get St. Martin. Uncle Plane Guy, I got to see if I have any water left. Oh, I got a bad battery. Stand by. Don't worry, I have more. I think I have one more. Let's hope I have one more, because if not, we're in trouble. So please tell me we're not in trouble here. So I'm checking the information. All right. We might have just enough to get the departure. So cross your fingers that everything is on time as far as departures go. Daytona Beach, Traverse City to Daytona Beach. I think that we could do that for you, Steven. I will make a phone call to... Do I know anybody at Breeze still? I don't know. If I do, I will email them. I think that's a great suggestion. But they're going to be like, half the people are going to be like, who's this guy? He doesn't work here anymore. Or who's this guy? I don't even know him. All right, I'll be right back, grab some water. All right. Hey, folks, if you're hanging with us on the East Coast staying up late, or if you're just relaxing on the West Coast, thank you for tuning in to Pip's Plane Spotting Live. Here from DFW on location. We're here for one more day, and then we're head back to Tucson, and had a great Mother's Day. Even though it rained yesterday, it gave me a chance to have dinner with mi familia, and that was all right. So if you enjoyed your Mother's Day, please hit that thumbs up button. Consider contributing to the channel. Thank you to many tonight. Texas Girl Parker, Aircraft Expeditions. Thank you also to Rob Viking 1 Aviation, Tim Arnold, and Michael Villa Andre. Thank you all. Yeah, there are no Breeze flights in Salt Lake City, but there are Breeze flights in Provo, the metropolis of Provo, Utah. MBS? You know, that might work. That's interesting suggestion, Steven. The Triad. Not the true Triad, but... Yep. Saginaw, Midland, and Bay City. I believe it's either United or American flies there. It's a good question. Oh, we got the ATI, Air Transport International, pushing back here at UPS Mini Port. So that's going to be headed out. Yeah, I think it's, well, for sure, as far as aircraft activity, MBS is way smaller than Traverse City. But at total population, I think you're still in I think, bigger overall. Of course, Midland is home to Dow Chemical. So that's no small potato. Which I always thought was interesting. Let's see how many planes we can count in the sky right now. On the west side, we got a total of 7. Would Breeze at Long Beach make sense? The first thing that Breeze would have to do, potentially, Matthew, would be get rid of their flights at Orange County. Because they currently fly to Orange County, if I remember correctly. Jacob Guy says, SpaceX just launched from Vandenberg. I went and watched that. I'm back, though. You know, at one point, I would just like one show to be like the #1 show on YouTube. Once. Just, or like third. As far as aviation shows. Actually, I'd like it more than that, but just to say I was #1 would be, just once, would be nice. Uncle Plane Guy, I think Breeze would work. The problem is with Breeze in Indianapolis is Allegiant already flies to basically everywhere in Florida from Indianapolis. Like Allegiant has hit Indianapolis hard. Okay, so we got one. We're on our last camera battery. We're on our last laptop battery. So the question is, I think we'll be fine if there are no delays. Everything has to be on time. So let's go, people. No dilly-dallying. There is Terminal there. Michael V. Andre points out that Norfolk is a focus city for Breeze, including a flight to Cancun. How about a flight to Breeze? Breeze from Phoenix to Scottsdale, David says. Do you know what's funny is that it might work going to Scottsdale. There's our Air Transport International. Stephen Lycan says, here's an interesting one you might like to check out, Pip. Pellston, a tiny airport in Michigan that serves just a few flights from Delta and United, was underwater basically due to flooding. Interesting. My sister lived in... She didn't live in Flint. She lived just outside of Flint, Michigan. When she first started her career out of college, she was an athletic trainer. I can't remember the city, but she lived just outside of Flint. Was it Morris? Or maybe that was high school was Morris High School. I don't know. Anyways. Yeah, Breeze. So when we had When I started at Breeze, the original cities were all we had. So it was like San Antonio, Oklahoma City, Tulsa, Northwest Arkansas, Bentonville, Tampa, Charleston, Huntsville, Louisville, Norfolk, Richmond, Bradley, up in Hartford, Connecticut, and Providence. And I think that was it. I might be missing one or two cities. Oh, Columbus, Ohio, and Canton. Those were the... There we go. So they've definitely expanded a lot. Well, Southpaw Matt Manna is probably asleep, but he'll be disappointed to see that 747 is numero uno, man. In fact, I wonder if there's any aircraft that could beat a 747 in a poll question. Into the lights. It's amazing, Parker. We're still on North Flow. It's 9:23. Delca's game is off. So tomorrow will probably be west. So we'll be arriving on the 13s for Love Field, which actually might work well in the morning and midday. Alicat says, I'd flown Allegiant many times from Tucson to Indianapolis before they pulled out. That direct flight was usually pretty full. Many U of A students from Illinois took that flight. Now that would make sense. That would make a lot of sense. Steven said A380, my wife said over 747. I wonder if that's the only one, Steven. So I think the early returns on the 777X are good. Parker, I think that may very well. Again, the problem's going to be, will we ever see the 777X from a U.S. airline? Probably not. Because I guess they would look for more fuel efficiency over passengers. But would we love to see the 777X on an American airline? Absolutely. Well, I guess, Uncle Plane Guy, we would have to be... The Antonov would still have to be in service. So it's getting rebuilt, so when it comes back, maybe. So when the Antonov 225 gets finished being rebuilt, as my understanding they're trying to rebuild it, that might beat a 747. Some might say the A380 beats a 747. I don't know. It's a good poll question. Well, I'm being told it's time to check in for my flight from American Airlines. So we'll check in. If you'd like to follow my flight tomorrow, I fly on flight 1830, DFW to Tucson. Takes off at 9:15. Where are we? We're over here. All right, another question I get a lot when we're broadcasting from DFW is, what are those blinking towers? That is Cedar Hill. That is probably one of the highest points of elevation in the Dallas-Fort Worth area, and that is where they put the TV and radio towers so they can reach the highest amount of people. I think Cedar Hills maybe, I don't know the exact altitude. It's not very high, but for Dallas, it works. So yeah, Cedar Hill is that way where all the TV towers are. All right. Looks like a pretty full flight tomorrow. I got one bag. Nope, just one bag. No. All right, we're all checked in for tomorrow. We are all checked in for tomorrow's flight. Frontier taking off A321. MJ, yo, MJ, what's going on? MJ reporting 880 feet. That's right, feet. 880 feet for Cedar Hill. Thanks so much, MJ. Yeah, it's, the topography around Dallas isn't super hilly. You'll get an occasional hill, but as a general rule, it's pretty flat landing. And in fact, the property here at DFW Airport is actually on a little bit of a plateau. So the wind kind of like will shoot down the property. Looks like a max 8. Again, we've got one more broadcast in us tomorrow from 11 o'clock is our hopeful start time. That would be 16 Zulu for those across the world. Zulu time for you aviation enthusiasts, of course you know, but those who may not know, Zulu time is the same everywhere in the world. That's why airlines go by Zulu time, especially pilots, flight dispatchers, ATC. Zulu time is the same anywhere throughout the world. It is, so if it is, let's see, 1930, so it's 2130 plus 5. So it's 0230 Zulu in Dallas. It's also 0230 in Moscow, Cairo, Mexico City, everywhere. So Zulu time is an aviation time and military as well. Ah, yes, the man. Yeah, MJ Scanlon down there in Memphis saying, hey, just watching my MD-11s fly again. I caught the first test flight on Saturday. Almost made me want to come out of retirement. Almost. Well, I bet that would want to get you fired up, MJ. That would probably get you fired up. For sure. So I'm not surprised by that. We're all very excited that FedEx is bringing them back. I'm hopeful, MJ, that sometime soon we can get down to Memphis and do another overnight show, because that would be dope. MJ, MJ, correct me if I'm wrong, but MJ, a retired AMT from FedEx, aircraft maintenance tech. Alrighty. Randy says we have a heavy alert. Do we? I've taken my eye off of flight radar a bit, talking shop with everybody, which I love. Yeah, looks like American 777. Oh, looks like it might be going across the bridge, though. We'll keep an eye out for it. See, the question is, MJ, would the MD-11 be your favorite aircraft to work on? Or, MJ, would the MD-11 be the easiest aircraft to work on? Because that is the real question. So MJ says that's right. 39 years as an AMT. I worked the 727, A300, 310, DC, MD-10, MD-11, 747, 757, 767, and 777. There you go, Matt, man. That's your new best friend. Working on all the good classics right there. So, that's the good stuff right there, MJ. The question is, which aircraft did you enjoy? And I mentioned it, but which aircraft did you enjoy working most on? Legend indeed. All right, Parker, now we're going to have to do like a... MJ, we're going to have to make like a face emoji and just put you as like the goat on a t-shirt. Legend. Or legend. I like that, Parker. That's a nice touch. I actually have a really good t-shirt idea that you're going to see around Father's Day. Super Mitten. Good evening, Pip. A week ago, Houston got inaugural service from ITA Airways. They're using the A330neo. Thank you for that. I was disappointed, Mitten. I did not get a chance to come to Houston. That was actually on my calendar for a long, long time. Very exciting. So when we do finally get down to Houston, I will most definitely enjoy it. That is great news, and I guess it also coincides with the fact that ITA is joining Star Alliance, so that makes a lot of sense. MJ says, the 727 is my all-time favorite since it was the first commercial jet I ever worked when I was at JFK to start. As for the MD-11, I enjoyed working that jet. I bet the 727 is a good one for a lot of people. So the surveyed elevation is, okay. I think the surveyed elevation, but I want to say, MJ, on that it is probably, I'd have to look at that. But I know it's higher than most of DFW, so we're right around AGL. I think we're above ground level like 650, 660 at DFW. Maybe 700. Thank you, Leroy. I'll look at the map. Could be, Tim. Could be. Could start service, Star Alliance. But yeah, now service to Chicago O'Hare makes a lot more sense. Since Matt Man is a big fan of United. Well, MJ, you know, I I wonder, like, you know what's funny is every single, not to say, MJ, you're too experienced as far as age goes, but I will tell you, every person between their 50s and probably 70, almost without question, they will say their favorite aircraft is the 727. True story. Like all the more experienced flight dispatchers I've talked to, people who've retired, they really love the 727. And I think I only got to fly in a 727 once, and I think that was on Continental or maybe United. Oh my goodness, MJ joining Premium Economy, just 99 cents, supporting the channel and getting the coveted emojis. Thank you so much, MJ, for your support.
I want to think about dropping him a thank you note.
Appreciate you, MJ. And you definitely are a legend. The legend. 39 years being an aircraft tech. Oh, what's up, Marco? Right on. Yeah, that is great news that FedEx is bringing back the MD-11. I haven't heard back from the airport, and not necessarily that I have to, but it's always nice to make a connection, you know, because we really had a great time in Memphis when we were in there in December. That is correct. David says the L-1011, most pilots favored the L-1011 over the 727. And MJ says the 727 was built like a tank. That jet could take on a lot. It was one of Boeing's finest. And Stephen, going back to your question, that is correct. DFW is American's largest hub. And I believe Charlotte is, in fact, the second largest. But DFW, like, trumps Charlotte. I mean, it's massive. So I think we said American runs about 73% of the operations here at DFW. Checking out this Alaska taking off. And Stephen, as a cherry on the top, American is DFW, excuse me, is the third busiest airport in the entire world. Leroy says 727, definitely one of my favorites. Flew a lot of Piedmont, Delta, and Eastern, but the L-1011 is a close second with Delta. I remember seeing, so I'm 44, so I don't, like when I flew the 727, I was maybe like 5 or 6. So I'm 44. I remember seeing L-1011s occasionally at O'Hare when TWA was still around. Memphis barbecue is the best, according to Parker, but hey, I'm also a bit partial. It's pretty good. I only got to try one barbecue joint when I was there. I really need to sit down and hit more of the joints in Memphis. Yeah, Leroy, it's pretty, that's, yeah. Like, there are so many airlines that need to catch up with Charlotte, but American just dominates it. It kind of reminds me of where we're going tomorrow. Love Field is basically Southwest. You have Jet Suite X occasionally and Delta occasionally, and that's it. So, what does the future look like? Does Breeze try to go to Dallas Love Field when they expand? Now that the Wright Amendment is done with? And they can build more gates? It'll be interesting to see. You know, I'm trying to remember, MJ. It was the barbecue place. I'll tell you what, I'll look it up. It was the closest place to the airport because I didn't want to stray too far from the airport. So, let me look it up real quick. I will tell you. All right. Let's see. Okay, up there. Tom's Barbecue Memphis. They're on Getwell Road. MJ Tom's Barbecue. Hick Boys Travel says I used to work for UPS on the MD-11 at MCO Airport. Well, that's pretty sweet. See, I got nothing on all you folk. Leroy says Corky's in Memphis or Interstate Barbecue. Ah, darn it, Tim. Well, there's always next time. Hick Boys Travel says, I'm now an OTR expediting driver, and I'm right by DFW now at the racetrack truck stop watching the stream. Well, thank you so much for tuning in. Appreciate you expediting on the road for us to get us the products we need. Our friend Trucker Norm, also a trucker. I believe he's out of Kingman, and he does a lot of Western runs. So I like you, Hick Boys. I get on the road a lot, but I'm more of like flying aviation style. But we are actually in DFW through tomorrow because I came here to hang out with my parents and celebrate Mother's Day weekend up in Frisco. So we are going to be here for one more day, and then I fly back to Tucson. But I always love coming back to Dallas-Fort Worth, DFW, the third busiest airport in the entire world. In fact, for me, just coming here today, I've seen 3 new airlines since the last time I was here. In Cathay Pacific, then Royal Jordanian, and Eva Air. Because I haven't been back in Dallas or at DFW, excuse me, for plane spotting in like 16 months. So a lot has happened in 16 months. Well, let's see if it's departed yet, Uncle Plane Guy. So I just went to the barbecue place that was close by the airport. Tom's Barbecue. It was all right. I will tell you, the pulled pork was exceptionally good. Exceptionally good. High bar for the pulled pork. The brisket was okay. But the pulled pork was pretty strong. I did not get any ribs. Yes, sir. Thanks, y'all. You're welcome, y'all. MJ says choice would be Tom's. That would be on my list for out-of-towners. Excellent. It's great minds think alike, MJ. Yeah, if you're just joining us, thank you for liking and subscribing. Our next broadcast again tomorrow at Love Field, and then for next week, I don't know yet because there's a lot depending on what happens this week at work on where we broadcast from. Ah, yes, Babe's Chicken Dinner House. That is a famous one, MJ. Babe's Chicken. Yes, sir. Marco says, growing up in Little Rock, Arkansas, Sim's Barbecue was the best. Babe's Chicken. That is a Frisco staple, 100%, MJ. 100%. So yeah, my parents live in Frisco. They've been there for 7-8 years now. Well, we don't mind talking about food right here. Food is essential to nourishment, Stephen. I wouldn't say plane spotting is almost as enjoyable as food, but not quite. So, all right. Giving you an update on what's happened. We've got some departures headed our way, including American 2324 to Austin, American 2071 to QRO, Querétaro, Mexico. QRO. Rohit, what is going on? Thanks for joining us from India. St. Elmo's would most definitely be a staple in Indianapolis. Absolutely. Hexboy Travel says, I like being on the road, but I really do miss being on the ramp. I can completely understand that. So I was a flight dispatcher for almost 5 years, and I definitely miss working in the operations center. They're definitely, some days I don't, but most days I'm like, you know what, I really miss this. So, Roger that, Uncle Plane guy, about American 80. So if you missed it, we are... It's not a rumor. I am thinking about running for president. And yes, I need to try a lot more barbecue joints in America. That is correct, Leroy. Frisco is, in fact, the home of the Rough Riders, the AA affiliate for the Texas Rangers. You betcha. And the cool thing about the Frisco's Dr. Pepper ballpark is there's a lazy river and a pool in the ballpark, and that is fun. And not quite as expensive as the Diamondbacks. MJ, the number one way I got rid of sinus infections or colds was that I would go to St. Elmo's for the shrimp cocktail, and that got me all better. It certainly will light you up. That is definitely one you're not prepared for the first time you try it. You're like, whoa! Definitely, MJ. That is, that's how you get rid of a sinus infection. Andy Lang says, do you know the AAA team of the Rangers? Is it down? I don't know. Is it Round Rock? No, Round Rock is the Astros. Who is the AAA affiliate? I don't know, Andy. Well, thanks, Steven. I'm glad I got your vote. I don't know. Who is it? I don't know, Andy. Mattman bringing up the fact that FC Dallas also plays in Frisco. That is correct. FC Frisco plays there. So Frisco, they call Sports City USA because the Rough Riders are there. The Dallas Stars are headquartered there. The Cowboys have their offices there, the Dallas Cowboys. And FC Dallas is there as well. So yes, Frisco, they like to call it Sports City USA. That is correct. It is Round Rock. Okay, I wasn't sure. I wasn't sure if Round Rock was the Astros affiliate or Rangers. Okay. Round Rock, got it. Round Rock. So Phoenix going off to Indianapolis right now, it looks like. Oh, Andy. Leroy's doing me a solid because I wasn't sure. But it is Round Rock. The Mavericks are not headquartered in, Tim, they are not headquartered in Frisco. But just about everything else is. We also have a D-League team. I think the Mavericks D-League team is in Dallas as well. You are welcome, Uncle Plain Guy. You are welcome. All right. We do have a block out of an international heavy. The question is, where will it take off? Will it be a west side departure or an east side departure? It is Turkish Delight 5 Yankee Romeo, or Turkish 192. Okay, so the Astros AAA affiliate is outside of Houston and Sugar Land. That would make a lot of sense. Again, we're going to try and stay until Qantas takes off. You can see the Flying Roo there in the distance. It is scheduled to take off, or at least depart, in just over an hour. We have maybe enough battery life to go till 11:15. So we'll see. But this is my last battery in the camera. And it's the last battery in the laptop. So could get dicey. Yeah, it is almost rush hour. It is almost rush hour. Thanks so much, Steven. Have a great night. The Tigers AAA affiliate in Toledo, the Toledo Mud Hens. Thank you, Steven. Appreciate your support. We will see you on the next one, sir. And if we don't see you on the next one, we will see you next week. Telly. Yeah, we're crossing our fingers on that one. All right, so most of you know this, but if you can see in the distance, that is Terminal F, as I like to call it, or Terminal F. So that'll be the 6th terminal at DFW. And the cool thing about DFW is that 3 terminals will be on this side, the west side, and 3 terminals on the east side. So that terminals on this side are Bravo, Delta, and soon to be Foxtrot. And the east side terminals are Alpha, Charlie, and Echo. So a little information. Oh, well, good. Hicks Boy Travels. So glad we can bring it to you. Yeah. Apparently, British Airways is bringing their A380 to us as well, which will be, I heard, May 21st, June 1st, in a couple weeks. A few weeks. Then you'll have 2 A380s here at DFW. Qantas and British Airways. Pretty cool. Uncle Plain Guy says we got a west side departure for Turkish. All right, we'll keep our eye out for that Dreamliner. No, it just turned. It just turned and is going east side. Uncle Plain Guy. All right, our next departure is going to Rapid City. Or refocus. Marco says last week Qantas brought the A380 that was involved in the Qantas Flight 32 incident some years ago to DFW. Good to see it still flying. Oh, we've asked, Uncle Plain Guy asked this question I still don't know the question or can't remember. I want to say yes. I want to say in my memory, Uncle Plain Guy, that DFW does have 2 A380 gates, but I'm not entirely sure. Rapid departure. Rapid. Yeah, I know we've asked this question before. I cannot remember it. I think it's a yes. And I want to say it's a yes because DFW used to have A380 and a 747 both parked at the same time. So I want to say yes. Yeah, before the pandemic, DFW had British Airways flying a 747, which would arrive at like 1:50 to 30-ish, around there. And the A380 would arrive just after noon. So they were parked at the same time, which makes me want to say that yes, there are 2 gates handling A380s, but I'm not entirely sure. All right, Uncle Plain Guy looks it up, says Delta 15 and Delta 16. Thank you, Feather Jensen. How's it going? Welcome in. Thank you for being a part of the action. We're going to try and squeeze one more hour, a little over an hour, out of the broadcast. Then we're going to go home, shower, go to bed, wake up, come right back, do a lunchtime broadcast at Love Field tomorrow. So if you like Southwest Airlines, you're going to get a lot of it. And we're going to the new spotting area that they just completed within the last month and a half, I believe. So we're looking forward to that. First time there. Oh, no. Joe Leary's not going to be happy, Tim, but thank you for the update. The Colorado Avalanche just won Game 4 against the Minnesota Wild. So the series is now 3-1. Ouch. Yes, lots of corporate jets at Love Field. No question about that, Uncle Plain Guy. Perhaps it's too soon to message Joe Leary. But, you know, I like Joe a lot, so I'm going to see how he's doing. Oh, very interesting. Marco says the unpainted 777, excuse me, 777-9 that was ordered by Lufthansa flew to Frankfurt to get the Lufthansa colors. I wonder if they'll do something extra special for the 777-9. So, Hicks Boy, where we're at is what's called Founders Plaza. It's open to the public, and it's at the north end of DFW Airport. And it's just a little plane spotting park that people can eat their lunch here or hang out. And it is open to the public. No, Andrew, that's more like a bratwurst. The 777-9 will be more like a bratwurst, not a Frankfurter. I do find it kind of interesting that all of these international departures are all stacked, like back to back to back to back. And if we were in the fall, Brisbane would be departing around that time too. American seasonal flight, DFW to Brisbane. That's true, Tim. The Avalanche are like your new hockey team. All right. So since Andrew brought this up, this is a great question. So since Andrew brought it up, I wanted to bring it up as we'll look over at UPS Miniport here. All right, as a single individual, the question is a Costco membership worth it as a single individual? I'm not doing Sam's Club. My question is a Costco membership worth it for a single guy like myself? That is the question. Andrew says yes, it is as a single person. Parker says no. Feather Jensen says no. Yeah, I don't know. I thought about it for the gas prices since we have a Costco that's like 5 miles from me. So that's not that bad in Tucson. But then I'm like, well, I might be able to find cheaper anywhere. Tim Arnold says, I think Costco membership is worth it because I love to go there, try all the free samples, eat the pizza, buy groceries, and also my mom bought it for me, so I'm very excited, Pip. Interesting. Quick the Geek says, I'm single and it works well for me. Uncle Plane Guy, I think they actually have the 777s here on Saturday night. The Turkish Airlines 777s, yeah. And they're now, for the summer season, they're doing it twice daily on a few days of the week. So yeah, that's what I wonder, and I'll explain more. But yeah, like I'm considering getting a Costco membership because I want a Costco gift card at work, and I'm trying to decide, should I just give this to my sister or do I put it to good use and join Costco? Vince says, as long as you spend enough or more to pay for the membership. Hans says, I'm a Seattle Kraken supporter. And the membership, I think, is $65. I know that they have, so one of my favorite things is salt and pepper pistachios. And I know they have the giant bags, which are awesome. So I definitely would be getting those. I don't know how much, like if I would buy a giant cereal. I might do oatmeal, because I eat oatmeal for breakfast. Maybe gum. If they had a Vanilla Coke Zero Super Pack, I might do that. But other than that, I don't know if I would. Oh, really? You can use a gift card without a membership? I didn't know that, Queek the Geek. Thank you for sharing. Feather Jensen, when are we coming back to San Diego? I don't know. I've got some important stuff to take care of at work that'll probably clarify what my future is at work. And once I take care of that, then we can figure out when we're going to go back to San Diego. But I did say in our San Diego broadcast 2 weeks ago that it may be our last San Diego trip until June. So I will say at least until June. Ah, wonderful, Austin. Thanks for sticking with us, man. Couple of UPS pushing back. How about a couple headed our way? There's one of them. We're now into the 10 o'clock hour. Thanks so much for staying with us, staying up late. Texas girl asked us to do the departure. Parker asked us to do the departure. So we are here giving the people what they want. Vince says hello from San Diego. Go Anaheim Mighty Ducks. MJ says Costco has pretty few fruits and vegetables, a lot of different prepared meals, good meats if you're barbecuing, grill, and beer. I definitely agree with you, MJ, on the barbecue thing. Definitely, they have some great stuff for brisket. Austin, of course I remember you, dude. How could I forget you? Of course, man. Of course. If there's one thing I may lack besides having a face for radio, one thing I don't lack, I have a pretty good memory. So, Austin, I'm pretty sure I remember you, good buddy. Danielle says Costco muffins. The hot dog and soda combo still is like $3, which is awesome. Can't go wrong with that. But then when you have too much, you're like, ugh. Air King Flyer says, Air King Flyer says, I can't walk out of Costco without spending less than $400. Lee Ray says, gotta go after I hit 11 here in North Carolina. If I don't see you tomorrow at left field, have a safe trip back to Tucson. Go Hurricanes. Thank you, Leroy. I appreciate you, sir. Have a fantastic evening. I think my other major concern is how to avoid the crowds. Like, I have to get up right at 7:30 or 7 to get there by 8. I was looking to see where this UPS is headed. The UPS, going to Ontario, California, which would make sense. So that guy is headed to Ontario, just outside of Los Angeles. They've got a crew-based cargo there, UPS. They do a lot of their 747s bounce out of Ontario to Western countries and Honolulu. So Parker, I think it goes without saying that they're going to keep it north flow until, I don't know, 12:30 maybe, 11:30. That'd be hilarious. Like I said, if they just all of a sudden switch to 18 right and 18 left right before our international departures. I hear one more 767 headed our way, so stand by. Parker says it's the same at HEB. You get there early or you fight the crowd. I do miss that. Another thing I miss about Dallas is, so we finally got the HEB in Frisco, which is awesome. And then I left. I was like, dang it. That's correct, Bull Timothy. Not to be confused with Ontario, Toronto, or Toronto, Ontario. Oh, is this a 757? I think it is. It sure is. Right on, right on. So this 757, according to Uncle Plane Guy, is going to Riveted or Chicago Rockford, Chicago Rockford International Airport outside of Chicago. Really outside of O'Hare. It's in Rockford. One day, Mattman, one day, and Danielle, one day we will be broadcasting from Rockford. I will make it happen. Flexion, I sure am still streaming, and yes, we are, and you're still watching, so it's a win-win. I said we would be here, do our best to be here until the A380 takes off. So that is in, hopefully, within the hour, and then we'll get on out of here because we got an early show tomorrow around 11. It might get pushed back to 11:30, depending on traffic and if I wake up. But regardless, yes, we are still here. Am I tired? Sure. Yeah, I am. My feet feel really... my feet are sore. That's probably the part that hurts the most. Is my feet. I need to make sure I take care of my feet. But yeah, standing for 6, 7, 8 hours a day can be tough. But... you got to do it because, you know, there's a lot of competition out there. As much as, you know, I'm all for competition. Forgive me if I sound a little pompous, but you always want to be noticed. So you got to stay out longer, you know, sometimes. That's just how it is. But at the same time, I'm on vacation right now because I'm not working. So... if I was working, I'd be a lot more tired, but today I had dinner as we check out this 767. I didn't realize it was going to be this soon of a takeoff. I had lunch with my nephew. I worked out at the gym, and then I came here. So off to Ontario, California it goes. So yeah, hopefully we will be Audi 5000 by 11:15, and then I can head home, shower up, jump into bed, maybe get 7 hours of sleep, and go back at it broadcasting tomorrow. Also, it is important to know it has been 16 months since I've been here last, so I'm just kind of taking it in, Flexion. There's a DHL coming in from Harlingen at 10:12 p.m., Feather says. Thank you. Yeah, it's nice. You know, it's nice being back home. It's nice being with the parentals. It's nice celebrating Mother's Day. And it's just nice being back in DFW. And the weather has been really good, except for yesterday when it rained all over us. Which really isn't that bad. It just is not good for the equipment. If they could create, I'll tell you what, Meta's got those Ray-Ban glasses. They need to do like a super zoom Meta glasses, because then I would wear them and, and then we could just zoom in on my sunglasses and get all the action. Hickboy Travel says, I'll be waiting on the load tomorrow. I'll be at the airport watching planes. Seems like a cool spot. Absolutely. Highly recommend it. Highly recommend Founders Plaza. 100%. Flexion, the airline that'll be flying the A380 out of here is Qantas. But, beginning towards the end of this month or early next month, British Airways will be bringing back their A380. So you'll have 2 A380s flying into DFW. Yeah, I think that would be pretty great, Bull Timothy. I think that would be pretty doggone great. Check out Frontier. So I'm doing all right. After all, we did. My body clock, I don't think has gotten quite used to Dallas. Right now, Flexion, my body clock is saying it's only 8:19, and I work a 12 to 10 shift. So technically, I'm still working right now. So my body hasn't failed me. Isn't too tired just yet. Plus, there's something invigorating about talking, broadcasting, and educating. You know, something you enjoy. So it gives you a little extra boost in energy. All right, this 767 is headed to... That would be Louisville. And the 757 from Harlingen is landing right now. Thank you. Thank you, Bull Timothy. Keep up the great work. Non-work. Yes. Thank you. I appreciate that. The less, the better. I'll tell you what is a game changer idea is, I don't know. This could be tough. This could create a whole new world of obesity. But if you could control your shoes and put wheels on them, or they could hover. So instead of just walking, you would hover everywhere. So I know there are kids shoes have wheels on them and such, but you know, it would be kind of cool to have hovering shoes. That way you could control or remote control shoes. All right, Austin, have a great night. Sleep well. We're going to probably be out of here about 11:15, Austin. Hick Boys Travel says, I currently work for a company but plan on starting my own and do air freight airport pickup are the best when you get to go on the ramp. That is very true. Agreed. My favorite part of my job is when I get to go on the ramp. My favorite part. Yeah, so I work airport operations. That is my favorite part. So I will, if I ever go away from that, I will definitely miss that. Heelys? I didn't know that, Air King Flyer. So this one's going to Louisville. It might cross over the bridge. We'll see. There's a west side and an east side to the DFW. So we're on the west side right now where Founders Plaza is at. And so you get action from 2 runways. The other runways you're not going to really be able to see. You can see the planes taking off once they get to maybe like 500 feet from the east side. But here, it's runways 18 right, 18 left, 36 left, 36 right. All right, Austin, have a great night, sir. Appreciate you. Sky high on that one. Right up in the sky. I do see Iberia. The ADSB is on. Transponder is on. That's a good sign. So what we're looking for is Cathay Pacific, Royal Jordanian, and Qantas. Those all show a departure time of 10:55. Now, what concerns me is the fact that they're heavies, and if they're all departing at the same time, they may not have the space to all block out at the same time. So I hope one is earlier than the other, or the A380 is earlier than all of them. So I will give our drop dead time as 11:15 when we're going to finish up the show. (11:15) Central Standard Time, or Central Daylight Time. Excuse me. I think that's fair. What do we got here? Taxiing down this way. Yeah, it's very true. Depending on the ground handlers and the ramp personnel, and I think for a lot of the D terminal, it's Swissport for the international flights. I don't know that for sure, but my first thought is Swissport. Because usually American has their own personnel. All right, Andrew asks the question of all questions, which is, so how much time do the tasks for getting a passenger plane ready to depart take? Who's coordinating all those tasks to ensure an on-time departure? Well, there are a number of different people that do that. All right, so give you the whole layout. This is how it goes. My job as the flight dispatcher was to plan the fuel. Get the payload, plan the fuel, determine the alternates, determine the flight routing, and get that information to the operations people no less than 75 minutes before the flight. At that point, 75 minutes before the flight, they get the fuel load, if not sooner, and then they call the fueler to fuel the plane. Meanwhile, I would say probably 45 to 50 minutes before the flight, they might start loading packages onto the plane, or a little bit sooner than that. Remember, the longer the plane's on the ground, you're not making money. So it's got to be a quick turn. So once a plane comes in and goes out, you have, I think, what would be about 50 minutes, let's say. So once the plane is deplaned, you've got either flight attendants cleaning the cabin, or you have contract personnel, or you have employees cleaning the cabins really quickly to make sure it's presentable. In the meantime, you're getting all the ground personnel to start loading the plane with the bags. So 45, 50 minutes before the flight takes off, maybe 30. Then then the people you see, the gate agents, they start making the announcement, and they start getting people getting ready to board. We're going to start boarding in a few minutes. So at that point, it's usually like, I don't know, for a single aisle narrow body plane, probably 35 to 40 minutes. And then at around 35 minutes, you start boarding, get everybody on board, make sure all the bags are on there. So it is literally an entire army of people you don't even know, who you don't see, who are making sure that gets out on time. Oh, look at that. Perfect. Roy Tier 8005 is a flight deck scheduler at the IOC. And then, well, perfect. I was a flight dispatcher for Envoy from 2018 to 2021. Right on, Roy. It's here. 8045. Love it. Love the crew schedulers. You guys help get me Cat 2 pilots. That's the type of pilot I need. Yeah, and then the last moment stragglers sometimes. I did an okay job explaining everything, but there's a lot more to it as well. I mastered. Oh, excellent. You mastered a whole part of one of the aspects of getting an instrument rating. I'm impressed. Oh, well, perfect. Can I tell you a story about that? I wanted to be a pilot, Andrew. 2016, I think it was. I go into the FAA to get a first-class medical. On the first-class medical, you fill out a bunch of questions like, have you ever had a heart attack? Things like that. And one of the questions was, have you ever suffered from depression? And I said, yes. Biggest mistake ever. Don't ever tell the truth on a FAA form. Lie, lie, lie. Because as soon as I said I had depression, the doctor looks at it and he goes, you're not. You're going to have to do a lot of work. And you know what the kicker was? He was a pilot himself, and he had a glass eye. I'm like, wait a minute. You have a glass eye, and you're a, private pilot, and you can fly, but the guy with depression can't. Go figure that one out. So that's why I'm not a pilot. I think he was probably like a sport pilot, so he could fly in the daytime. But still, I was like, how is it that a doctor with a glass eye can fly, but me with two eyes cannot? It is a misjustice of epic proportions. But sometimes life is incredibly unfair, and sometimes it's super fair, or it's over fair. So you just have to roll with it. Just depends how bad you want something. Yep. Exactly, Andrew. It is a subtle art. Okay, it looks like our UPS 793 might be heading across the bridge. We will see. So if you're watching this right now, don't forget to like and subscribe. Consider supporting the channel. But most importantly, if you want to be a pilot, make sure you lie about everything. And the same thing goes for the military. Lie. Don't be honest. And I hate that because I try and be honest all the try and be honest. But it's, trust me, it's for the best. Thank you, Feather Jensen. Now that I've gotten off my what's the word? I'm fading here, folks. My vocabulary is not up to par. Soapbox. Now that I've gotten off my soapbox. Hi, Jackie. How's it going? Welcome in. We're just hanging out waiting for Qantas. There it is. A good sign will be if it, once it has its transponder on. Uncle Plane Guy says the next departure is Iberia. Does look like UPS might be hanging around on the west side for a west side departure. It's important life lessons, folks, you're learning from the Pipster. There's still people here. There's not a lot. I'd say there's a handful. There you go. That's a good way of putting it, Andrew. Be truthful with your real doctor. Your flight doctor is not there to help you. Not only that, never admit anything you've been diagnosed. Don't diagnose yourself. Excellent advice. Thank you, Andrew. That is the advice of the night. UPS is going to the east side. And what is Iberia doing? Are they taking... okay. I have to write the airport to see if we can move up these departures by an hour. Actually, I think what'll happen is in the fall is they will move up an hour. Instead of being at like 11, they'll be at like 9:55. Because you'll roll back the time. I feel like we did a lot of good today. Met some new friends. Met some old friends. Thank you to everybody who contributed. Aircraft Expeditions, Parker, MJ. Thank you to Rob Viking 1 Aviation. Thank you to Michael V. Andre. Thank you to Tim Arnold. Thank you everybody who supported the channel today. And we have one more broadcast left, and that is tomorrow at 11 o'clock at Love Field, the new viewing area. First time for me to be there. I think our next one is American 1615. Going to Las Vegas. That's right, I'm talking about you, MJ, the MJ. Not Michael Jordan, the MJ. Beeria goes in there. I don't know if we can. We'll see. We'll see. Can you see that? Can you see that? No. I guess you can a little bit. Yeah, it's kind of tough. Far away. Salt Lake City Flight says, how are you still awake? Well, we made a commitment. We would be here until Qantas took off, Salt Lake City Flights. So we are here until until Qantas takes off, or until 11:15. So Qantas is supposed to block out at 10:55, so in 15 minutes. So we made a commitment, and we're sticking with it. So, plus, you know, this won't be an every night thing. So, you know, we're hanging out there. We're hanging tough. We're hanging tough. Sometimes you got to do that. The question is, will I be able to get up tomorrow is the real question. Probably what's going to happen, since my parents have been nice enough to allow me to stay in their guest bedroom, is Mama Pip is a big fan of the channel, and we thank her for watching. But she's probably going to knock on my door, and I'm going to be like, ugh. That's how it's going to go. Or yes, MJ, or until the battery dies. I think we're okay. Let me check my camera battery. Uh-oh. That's not good. What? It says 3 minutes. No way. I don't buy that. Do I have any other batteries? Oh, I have one more. We can try one more. All right. So I guess we'll try this last one. If this doesn't work, we're in trouble, folks. Give it to me. All right. I got one more battery. That one said like 3 minutes left, and I was like, oh no! So I think yeah, we're going through batteries like it's out of style. It's like I'm a chain smoker for batteries. All right, I got a new battery in here, so we should, keyword, should be good. Famous last words. It's interesting that American is the busiest or biggest carrier here. I'm surprised that we don't have more airlines flying here. Especially, I meant to say the third busiest airport in the world. Because Dubai is number 2, which makes sense when you consider Emirates, what they use. They use the A380 and they use the 777, pretty much. And Atlanta is number 1. And Atlanta is actually more surprising if you think about it, because they have even less airlines and they're the busiest airport in the world. So it's very interesting. I mean, they have added more, but still not in comparison. I think JFK has the most airlines in America, which would make sense. that is, in fact, the max zoom. I have with me, it is a video camera. That's why you have a little bit of a clearer picture at night. It's a larger sensor. But when you get a larger sensor on a video camera, you get less zoom. So that's the trade-off. Better quality, less zoom with a larger sensor. So that is as far as I can zoom. I don't have my DSLR with me. This is my steady all-purpose camera. This is like my favorite camera because it shoots well at night and the daytime. It is all those dang 717s, MJ. All those 717s and 737 800s and 900 ERs nonstop. Yeah. And Delta basically does the majority of their international flying either from there or JFK. You bet. LAX is a busy airport. Yep, exactly. Fluxion, yeah, Dubai is like 80-90%. 80-90% Emirates. Yeah, Qantas. When we see the either the transponder or the beacon light, that's when we know we're getting close. I would stay up later, but we have an early show tomorrow. So that's on me. So I might even have to push that show back. I'd like to spend a few... so my flight doesn't take off tomorrow till 9:15. So when we do the Love show tomorrow, it'll probably be a lunchtime show, maybe like 11 to 2, around there. 11:30 to 2. And then I'd like to go home, shower up, and then just hang with my parents for a little bit and have dinner and then head to the airport. I sound super tired? Uh-oh. That's not good. I am tired. I have been talking for almost 7 hours, which is more than a radio host does. A radio host does like maybe 3 or 4 hours. So yeah, my voice is probably a little... I'm like a 4-day-old banana. A little bit mushy. But you know who's always awake?
Hello again, everybody.
Harry Carey never sleeps. EKF 06. Well, my airport has had both before I lived directly into the flight path of approach, runway 17 and runway 18. Thank you for joining us, EKF 06. I've got a little bit of Gatorade. I don't have any water left. I got Gatorade. So it's Gatorade or nothing. And the most important thing is I have to remember to plug in my batteries tonight when I go home. Jim Rockford 777 says, everyone have a safe and blessed night. Well, thank you. Same to you, Jim Rockford 777. Always good advice. What's up, Hyro? Welcome back. So yeah, again, Cathay Pacific, Royal Jordanian, and Qantas show 10:55 blackout time. Eva Air, I think, is at 10:50. So Eva Air gets a 5-minute head start. He's like, we've got to do this sooner or later. Well, it's not quite time, Uncle Plane Guy. It's 10:46. It's getting pretty dang close. Also, I smell horrible. After standing outside in a humid climate for 7 hours, Definitely some funk building in. Thing about me is I'm pretty honest and open. That's not a beacon. That is a plane. That's a different plane. Or is it a fire engine? I can't tell. Man, they are still sticking with north flow. This is incredible. Traffic's calmed down a lot. They could easily make the switch. Now I hope they don't, but still. Yes, EKF 06, you are right. They're all kind of like one after the other. No, no, my nephew is so my sister is 10 years older than me. She got married fairly young, so my nephew's actually 27. So there's 17 years difference. So my nephew's 27. He's not into planes so much. I try and get him to come along and help me broadcast, but, you know, he never does, which is fine. You know, we all have our interests. But no, he's not into planes. Unfortunately, it would make the broadcast easier. Because sometimes you really want to pee and you can't. You just have to hold it. Or you have to sweat so much that you never have to pee. Roger that. Oh, we might get a FedEx departure on this side. Thank you, Feather. We will watch closely. I got no transponders on. That is not what I want to see 5 minutes before push. Yeah, I know. Don't hold it too long. So I don't have any transponders on, and we're 5 minutes to push. That's not good. I don't like that. I'm going to have to write Qantas here if they don't give me the juice, the action. 304 votes on our poll question, which is great. And 69 of you say 747. So they have a ATC Flexion here. They have a microphone, an external microphone that you hear in the background. Dude, Parker, it is totally a tradition. It is totally a tradition. You're absolutely right. As I think about it, I have never seen international airlines leave on time. From DFW. It is a tradition. It's like the Masters. It's a tradition like no others. International flights from DFW not leaving on time. I'm just glad I threw in laundry before I left. So I have something fresh to wear tomorrow at least. Mm-hmm. 3 minutes to go. I don't think we're blocking out on time. Unless the beacon light has been MEL'd. which means it's broken, but they can depart without it. Makes me, Flexion, it makes me think how grateful I am to fly out of Tucson International Airport. Very easy. Very easy, very quick. I consistently get there an hour and 15 minutes before my flight takes off. And I consistently get to the gate with about 40 minutes to go. It's pretty doggone great. Ryan says my sister and family made it to DCA, to Washington, D.C. That is fantastic. We've been on longer than Ryan's family was in the air. That is great news, Ryan. Thank you for letting us know of the safe arrival. EKA F06 says, if you end up getting those international flights tonight, I'll be back to watch the stream to see them beat. After all, it's a school night and I have to wake up early. Good night, everybody. Well, EKF06, good night to you. I don't blame you for going to bed. All right, I got one transponder on. That's Cathay Pacific 875. One transponder on. Very cool, Ryan. So like a story old as time, like Beauty and the Beast. International departures. Hicks Boy Travels, showing me what's up. I've been up since 7 a.m. Hicks Boy Travels 24. Okay. Message received. That is a long time to be up. I think it was up about 9. So I was up at 9 this morning. 8:40. Ryan Gardner, we sure are trying to wait for international flights. We are waiting for Eva Air, Cathay Pacific, Royal Jordanian, and Qantas and the A380. Tinonji, what's up? We're just waiting for our international action to get out of here. Thank you, Tidonji. I am definitely a man. I don't know if I am the man, but I do try. You know, Uncle Plain Guy, it should depart west side based on its track of flight back to Hong Kong. So I'm thinking so. I'm thinking so. Royal Jordanian might be, so Royal Jordanian's technically going east. So it could go west or east, either way. Qantas, if you're an A380, you have to take off on this side. The A380 cannot fit on the bridge. So you have to take off on this side if you're an A380. Fun little fact. All right, I got another aircraft on transponder, Eva Air 49. So Cathay Pacific, Qantas, and Eva Air will probably take off here on the west side. You might see Royal Jordanian, at least in my opinion, might see them go to the east side. All right, they're pushing back Cathay Pacific. Looks like Eva Air's pushing back. It can fit on the bridge once. Thank you, MJ. But never again. Never again. All right, Parker says Qantas lit up. There is that Cathay Pacific, or is that no, that's somebody crossing the bridge. All right, we're starting to get things moving here. All right. We're getting things moving. Thank you, Uncle Plane Guy. I'm trying to see the tail. One at a time, one at a time. Hicks Boy says, I am used to being up a long time. I drive through the whole night for early morning deliveries. I bet that pays pretty well, Hick Boy's Travel. The over-the-road expediter. All right. Trying to see what that one pushing back in the screen is right now. Is it a London flight or is it a domestic? Oh, there's FedEx. Huh. All right, we'll follow FedEx here. Follow me to freedom. Sweet. Indeed. Hick boys. Get her in the air. Trying to figure out, I'm just thinking to myself, where we should broadcast from next week. Phoenix is going to be warm, but we might end up doing that. Next week, we'll see. I gotta make it through this week first. There we go, MJ. Keeping it going for you. Keeping it going. Those 767s. Yeah, we do have a late night London departure. Boy, that's like an afternoon arrive. Oof. I wonder when, oh man, when does that arrive? That would be rough. Let's see, we are 5 hours ahead. So you would arrive like at 3 or 4 in the afternoon. Oof, that would be rough. Not as rough as probably arriving in the morning, because I can't sleep on a plane. So I'm thinking if I'm going transatlantic, I'm in a world of hurt, because I cannot, unless I'm laying flat or completely exhausted, I cannot fall asleep on a plane sitting up like that. I'd have to have a lay flat seat. That is going to Tucson. Well, thank you very much, Matthew Breckshot. At least that's not my flight, hopefully. Everything's just kind of at a standstill. Yeah, I definitely could take sleeping pills. Oh, I think the DHL just forgot to turn on its transponder to Uncle Plane Guy. I don't think there's any gates over in the cargo area. Probably just forgot to turn off the transponder. Are we going to see any planes, or is Qantas blocking the ramp? The ramp, the ramp, the ramp is on fire. So I'm going to take a seat here. Well, Penn, we are waiting for anything to taxi out there. It's just ambiguity right now. Well, Americans going to London. It gets out. Oh, I'm ready, man. I'm ready to burn it, Moose Turter. I wonder how fast I can pack up. Well, let's see. Is there anything I can pack up right now? I'm surprised my soundbar is still working. So my soundbar might be almost out of battery too. All right, I said 11:15. I'm sticking to it. I might, if my soundbar goes, then I'm definitely shutting her down. But we're hanging in there. It's almost like Qantas is my white whale. Just always out of reach. And now I'm just freestyling talking. Hey, there's an aircraft. There's Eva. All right. Somebody decides to step up to the plate. We got something. And then I assume the Cathay Pacific will be behind them. You know, trying to get an A380 to leave on time, I think, is kind of like trying to fit a quarter inside the eye of a needle. All right. For all of you who are staying up late with me, I say thank you very much. And also, I hope that you sleep well tonight. Or if you are on the other side of the world, I hope you have a great dinner. So if we start an airline, we will not be starting the airline with A380s. I'll tell you that much right now. Our airline, Flydaho, will start flying with E175s. They're small, they have good range, they're comfortable, and you can maneuver them easily. I definitely do need some rest. So hopefully the heavens will allow me to rest and wake up tomorrow. Whee! Adios Airlines, huh? That's not bad. That's not bad, Andrew. Adios Airlines. Adios Airlines. Yep, there is Cathay Pacific as well. That is good. They definitely need some wings. They definitely need some wings. Red Bull, give them wings. My personal favorite energy drink is Mountain Dew Kickstart because it doesn't have too much sugar. And I don't know, I just like the taste. The Red Bull can be like tasting Smarties. Adios Airlines. I like that, actually, Andrew. We can start out in Tucson. It'll be easy. It's like shooting fish in a barrel. All right. Qantas got clearance to push back, so it's only another 27 minutes till it takes off. If there's anything right now at this point, anything beneficial, it is the fact that the Terminal D is way closer to runway 36 right than it is to runway 18 left. Danielle says if I do energy drinks, give them the triple shot Starbucks. I think my battery will be enough. The question is, will I have enough? I'd like to get home before midnight because I still have to take a shower and then charge my batteries. So that's kind of where I'm at. But if Elle McPherson, Australian model, agrees to go out with me on a date, then I'll stay. At least we'll have Eva Air and Cathay Pacific. I'm pretty sure. I could see maybe Cathay Pacific doing an eastern route, but not likely. yeah, Qantas is moving. If you're joining us, thank you. Don't forget to like and subscribe. And keep rocking it. Yeah, the A380 is pushing back. I still haven't seen Royal Jordanian pop up on the screen. So at least we got the big girl moving. Envoy flight. Where's this? I bet this flight's going to like Abilene or Wichita Falls. Lubbock! Oh man, that's like an hour flight. Will! What is up, man? You're staying up late. Will, all the way on the East Coast, just past midnight. Party guy. Cafe Pacific. High-end coffee and iced coffees at a premium. Nick, I sure am. I don't know what I'm doing. No, I'm having fun. All right. I will give credit. I will say Qantas was only 18 minutes late. Envoy is taking off right now. Then it'll be Eva Air, I believe. So we're looking for it. And like I said, the only one that I'm suspicious that could do an east side departure, it's like 50-50, because Emirates, Emirates, Qatar, and Royal Jordanian, they could go either way. But for Cathay and Eva Air, it's almost a no-brainer, always west side departure. Because we're going west. So yes, this E175 is going to Lubbock, Texas. I'm thinking it'll get there at 12:07. Okie dokie. Here is our first of the heavies. Looks like it'll be Eva Air. So go ahead and sound the heavy alert. NBC Punk says, I'll tell you what, Pip, I'll give you a close-up view of the F-16s and you give me a behind-the-scenes tour of Tucson Airport Ops. Well, NBC Punk, I don't think that's a fair trade. I don't... I think the behind-the-scenes of the F-16 is way more entertaining than the behind-the-scenes of the airport ops, but I'll see what I can do. I don't know that anybody would tune in to behind the scenes of airport ops. But you never know, maybe. Has his other account, Pip, we finished successfully and Brother's bag was in the flight after his. We got it. All right, Eva Air. Our first one out the gate. Here we go. Alexander says, operated Eva this evening. Nice. And there it goes. sounds beautiful and crisp, and the 787 on the side. Wonderful. All right, Cathay Pacific is next. NBC Punk 16 disagrees. I love airports. I flew into Dallas, love, for the first time ever about 2 weeks ago, and I was ecstatic. You know what? Prepare for takeoff. We're actually headed there tomorrow. So we're supposed to do a show in 12 hours approximately. So we will be there. All right, Cathay Pacific is on the roll in their A350 1000. All right, MJ, thanks so much for your support. We will see you later. Have a great night. So we'll be on the air about 11 to 2 tomorrow. 11 a.m. to 2 p.m., maybe a little bit longer. Thanks so much, MJ. It's one big plane right there. One long plane. And where is Qantas? Where is Qantas? There it is. Okay, it is 11:19. See how long it takes Qantas here. Are they going to be moving? Oh, we got it. We got trades going on. We got Andrew offering tours of 3 big telescopes and observing programs on Kip Peak. Sounds like everybody's gotten something cool except for me. All right, I'll make you a deal. Since Parker was so nice to contribute via PayPal, we'll stay just a tad longer if we can get this Qantas moving. But this is all thanks to Parker and his PayPal Super Chat tonight, which we're grateful for. What's up, Bubag? So I'll give Qantas 5 minutes to get moving. You have school? Shouldn't you be sleeping if you have school? There you can see the flying Roo. Sounds good. Prepare for takeoff. Sounds fantastic. Tuning in from school. School's overrated, Danielle says. Way to help, Danielle. How much battery do I have left on the soundboard? Okay. Tough thing about an A380 is you can't get anywhere fast. So I'm like, sure, taxi out. They're like, do they have clearance? Good night, Alex. Have a great night, sir. Thanks for tuning in. We appreciate you. All right, Hicks boys, get some rest. We'll see ya. Enjoy Founders Plaza tomorrow. Appreciate you tuning in. Ah, okay. Now we got some lights moving. All right, it's got the nose wheel lights. Let's roll, baby. All right. Good night, Feather. All right, sounds good. Prepare for takeoff. We are rolling. So I like to see. Hey, and again, a big thank you to Parker making the broadcast possible. Us staying here this late is thanks to Parker. So, thank you to Parker. Remember, like, subscribe, consider joining the Pip Pals Club for just 99 cents, or you can send a super chat via YouTube, or you can help get more of the money that you contribute go directly to the channel, because YouTube takes 30% of whatever you contribute. You can, the links below for PayPal and GoFundMe, so thank you so much. Yep, thank you to Parker. Again, one last reminder, we might move the show back by a half hour. But we will be at Love Field tomorrow, 11:30, and we will be broadcasting live from the spotters area, the new spotters area. So we're very much looking forward to that, and very excited. So hopefully you can join us and enjoy the action. I've never been there before, so everybody says I need to go there. So I'm doing what the people tell me, and I am headed there. That was, you are correct. Prepare for takeoff. COVID stopped the A380, and then it eventually was brought back. It finally brought back to DFW, which we're all thankful for. And then, prepare for takeoff. British Airways will begin flying their A380 here at the end of this month or early next month. Sounds good, Penn. I think we're all... Thank you, MR Rice. We'll see ya. And we will have fun at Love Field, yes.
What would you say you do here?
I don't know. I really don't know. At 11:26 at night, I don't know. Nice, Uncle Plane Guy. That sounds awesome. What else do we have on the soundboard? We got the Howard Dean scream. That's Rainy Cajun's favorite.
Get to the chopper!
There is... All right, Penn says the British Airways A380 is coming May 22nd. That's what we got here. Okay, so I'm gonna refrain from playing my outro music tonight, just so I can pack As soon as the A380 takes off, we're boom out of here. And I am flooring it on 121 safely home. So I just have to remember to charge the batteries. That's the big thing. Oh no. Qantas has to burn some fuel before they go. Fudge. No. Son of a gun. This one is painful. Oh, and my soundboard might shut off before it can take off. If Gonna remind myself that this is a family show. This is a family show. But this is frustrating. I guess if we have to push the show back to noon, then we will. It'll still give me plenty of time to hang with my parents. But I want to get back to Frisco before the traffic, rush hour traffic hits. Salt Lake City Flight says, why is it always the A380 has to burn off fuel? That is stupid. Yeah, thank you for the good reminder. Definitely try and keep it a family show, but yeah. Keep it PG-13. Doggone it. You know, that's the killer thing is, like, you should not be... If you're fueling that plane, there is no reason for you to be overweight. That thing is carrying 500 people. There is no reason you should be overweight. Fueling. No reason. If you can carry 500 people in your plane, there should be no reason you should be overweight on fuel. That's just me. That's just my 2 cents. Maybe they're carrying extra people because the Melbourne flight was canceled, so they moved everybody to Sydney on the A380. You know, I prepare for takeoff says, do you prefer watching departures or arrivals up close? That is a very tough question. And the answer is, I would probably give the edge up close to departures. There's something just about the engines roaring and everything that are pretty cool. Salt Lake City flights, I'll cross my fingers that you'll be underweight. All right, I'm giving Qantas, this is my final offer to Qantas. They have 8 more minutes to burn fuel. Whatever. At this point. Alexander says they've got a whole 13,500 feet to get off the ground. All very true points, but unfortunately in the aviation world, I ran into this a few times as flight dispatcher, but sometimes the fuelers overfuel, and there are certain weights that you cannot go over, and one of them is the MTOW, the maximum takeoff weight. Until they burn that fuel. So until they get under the MTOW, the maximum takeoff weight, they cannot take off. So those parameters are set by the manufacturer and the engineers. If they are below, they can take off. But until they get below their MTOW, their maximum takeoff weight, they cannot take off. So they have to burn that fuel to take off, to be able to take off. Roblox, I'm still here. My soundboard might go out, but you know, Salt Lake City flights. Parker did me a solid, so I'm trying to be as patient for him, but we'll see. Speaking of which, where is Royal Jordanian in all this? Did they go to the east side? What's up with them? Have they even blocked out? So that's the question. Have they even blocked out? No, you will not be able to hear me if my soundboard goes out. If my soundboard goes out, we might as well just cancel it and I'll wave goodbye, because no, you won't be able to hear me. So if the soundboard dies, we gotta cut our losses. Gotta cut our losses. Where is our Qantas tail? Whale tail. There it is. Yeah, you used to be able to go on the grass at Founders. We did actually prepare for takeoff, but now that the fence is there, yeah, it's kind of changed things. And they haven't taken the fence out. What is this aircraft? Las Vegas 1615. It's like it's mocking me. Also, it's kind of concerning that most of you guys have school tomorrow and you're still up. I'm not telling anybody, but you know, it's a great question. Yeah, Royal Jordanian was supposed to take off or block out at like 11 or 10:55. DFW, I'm going to create a new ground handling company because they seem to struggle just a little bit, whoever the ground handler is. Just a little bit. Oh, you don't do much as a senior anyways? Fair enough. Fair enough. Prepare for takeoff. Slow FW. All right, I think the A380 is moving. Thank goodness. Wow, $5 super chat. Thank you so much on PayPal. Thank you so much, Don. Very generous of you. Thank you so much for using PayPal. We appreciate it greatly. All right. We did it, folks. We did it. So, just cross your fingers that my soundboard will hold out, because the battery is like there and dead. So let's roll A380. Got a nice $5 super chat from Dom. Thank you so much. Where art thou? There you are. Keegan, how's it going? There it is. All right, got the old cleared for takeoff for Qantas Super. Go ahead and sound the heavy alert. All right, let's come on, soundboard, you can hold out. Texas girl, congratulations, you did it. Oh, I see her. She's my favorite. A lot of big bodies leave this time of night. Poor Royal Jordanian, still not blocked out. Thanks to everybody. Thank you, Parker. Thank you, Don. Thank you, Aircraft Expeditions. Thank you, MJ. Thank you, Texas Girl. Thank you, Tim Arnold. Rob Viking 1 Aviation. Thank you, Michael V. Andre. Alrighty, we did it. Thank you, everybody, for tuning in. It was a team effort. Thank you, Parker. Appreciate you. Roblox 5 at $4.99 super chat. Thank you so much. We'll see you guys. We will see you tomorrow. If we have to move back the show a little bit at Love Field, we will. But I am headed home. Everybody have a fantastic evening. And we look forward to being at Love Field tomorrow. Good night, everybody. Take care.